Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab some cereal real quick, and I'll be back to hang out. said this before, but I really should have my hair cut before all this started. Aesthetic by now. I'm sure if someone wasn't used to VR, this would not be a good thing to try. Got to be pretty seasoned with it to do this. Oh. To everybody out there, if you just joined or anything, I am just waking up. Just got out of bed, so I'm trying to eat some breakfast here probably before I go take a shower for the day. What are we on? Day, technically this is day 8, is that right? Yeah, this is day 8. We're almost there. That is nuts. I feel like it's gone by so fast. I think you need a few more people in here to get a heist going, Apple. I think. Oh, it is really cold in here this morning. Cold cereal when you're freezing cold already aren't exactly a fun combo. Oh, I think you gotta put it in again. I think you gotta put in less because I don't think you have that many tokens. Let me go see how many you have if I can see it. You have 1,500 tokens right now, so I think that's the max you can put in. What's up, Matilda? I am barely awake. I just woke up. I grabbed some cereal. The cereal's cold and it's freezing in this room this morning, so it's kind of hard to eat. I don't know why for the first 5 days the whole thing went off without an issue at all on YouTube, and now it keeps like streams just keep dying. I don't know what is happening. Oatmeal is good for you. Soul boy. Yeah, making oatmeal in a headset is a kind of a pain in the butt. Nat's made it for us a couple mornings, but I got this cereal for this just because I knew that would be like an easy thing, so I wouldn't have to trouble her, because she's already making all our meals. So at least the breakfast one and stuff, I can just deal with that on my own. I don't even have the heater turned on. It's so cold this morning that it turned on down here. What's oatmeal? Oatmeal is it's like a, depends on how you make it, but it's almost like a warm porridge. People call it hot cereal. It's actually it's not great without anything in it if you were to just eat oatmeal plain, but most people put like fruit or sugar or milk stuff in their oatmeal. It's kind of a weird mush. I'm not making it sound good, but it can be really good. What does it taste like? Yeah, oatmeal doesn't taste like much of anything without stuff in it, because it's just basic oats, you know. Get the old-fashioned kind, smell their brown sugar, throw some raisins or blueberries. Yeah, brown sugar and oatmeal is like the perfect combo. Or get those extremely not good for you instant oatmeal packs, and get the maple and brown sugar one. I loved those as a kid. Of course I did, because they're pretty much all sugar. You don't like the bananas or raisins? Apple? You can try making it. It's not too hard. If you get the quick oats instead of the old-fashioned, they're a lot easier. So it's just called something else in Sweden. I know I will butcher that word, but it looks like grot, which sounds like a terrible name, but I'm sure it's pronounced differently than that. Minute Maid is easier, but way mushier. I don't really mind the mush, I guess. Maybe that's weird, but I feel like oatmeal growing up was always mushy, so I don't really expect anything different. Oh, I'm so glad that heater turned on. I wasn't going to turn on myself, but now that it's on, I'm happy with it. Porridge is great because it's like a blank canvas. What the heck is a wax seed, Dave? I would imagine you've had oatmeal over there too. Is porridge, what is porridge compared to oatmeal? Actually, have the old-fashioned one. Give it a try, Apple. Just don't skimp out on the sugar if you put it in there. Grew up with Minute Maid, but evolved into old-fashioned. You make it sound like it's so superior. Try making it. It's not too hard. It takes like, once you get the stuff boiling, it only takes like 5 minutes. But you really gotta put a lot of stuff in it to make it good. That's the key. Original. Okay. I wasn't sure, Dave. Because we don't call it porridge here at all. And then in like movies and stuff, they portray porridge as like really runny, where oatmeal, when people make it here, it's usually not very runny. It's usually kind of thick. Old-fashioned is the target of oatmeal. If you say Minute is the Walmart, no. Minute is just easy. It's like mini Target. Yeah, apples are good. You might want to cook the apples down first a little, because if you only cook them in the oatmeal, they might not get very soft. That makes apple cinnamon oatmeal a lot. Go for it, Apple, but keep in mind it may surprise you the first time. I would go a little heavy on the sugar if you want it to be good. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm just a Walmart kind of person there, Carolyn, but I find that every time we buy the old fashioned on accident instead of the minute, I'm so annoyed about it. And I'm not talking the like instant pack. I'm talking about the normal, big tube of oatmeal with the minute oats. I just feel like I like the texture better. But if you like chewy oats, then have at the chewy oats. Today is my brother's birthday. I wonder if I should go announce it on his Discord server, or I wonder if he doesn't, if he doesn't really want people to know there. I'll announce it on ours. Wait, oatmeal has salt. I believe some people add a little salt just to enhance the flavor. You don't want it to be salty. You don't want to add enough that it's salty. But salt in small doses can enhance almost any flavor. Okay. I feel like I'm waking up a little bit at least. Send it to all 440, that's fine. A little salt, yeah, do not overdo the salt, but do overdo the sugar or syrup or whatever you end up using to sweeten it. Dave tried black pepper in porridge once, it was nice. Tried black pepper, pretty much everything. Now if you buy the new stuff and make it yourself, takes 90 seconds in the microwave with milk. Sometimes I will say though, those packet ones do taste a little salty. We had some recently. Oh crap, you know what? I just realized we bought some instant oatmeal just for this whole thing that I'm doing. Totally forgot that we had it. It's been sitting up there the whole time. I don't think I've used it once. Oh, not about the raw stuff. Make yourself, yeah. Oh, the instant stuff is nice if you're really, really in a rush. What's up, Killer? Good morning. Apple, you need half cup of oats, 1 cup of milk, and an optional dash of salt. You need other stuff in there too. That's only if you're making plain oatmeal, which I would not recommend trying it plain for your first time. sugar, fruit, whatever you want to put in there, it's going to need something else. We're talking about oatmeal for those of you who just joined. Oh boy. Oatmeal by itself from the container is nothing but oats. You can add anything, yeah. And if you try to make it alone, it's going to taste pretty bad. Starting to go right after, yeah. You got the instructions down, now you just have to make it. I do worry if you've never had oatmeal, it's going to seem pretty weird though. Alright, let me switch a few things around here. Okay, that's the other mic. Might sound a little loud, but that's working. And then I need to go switch the audio devices. All right, it's food for the soul. You keep saying that. I feel like you have strong opinions on oatmeal, much stronger than I do. I like oatmeal, but I don't think I would call it comfort food. You can also put on your favorite ingredients like strawberries, blueberries, almonds, honey, sugar, or banana if you want to spice it up. I feel like this is turning into an oatmeal commercial here. Quaker Oats. Cereal is the best. Cereal's good, but the problem this morning for me was it's freezing cold in here, and the cereal was cold. We'll have to go for some hours. All right, Matilda, we'll see you later. It was the only food I could eat in the mornings when I was pregnant. Ugh. I have heard of very weird stories of people being pregnant and starting to love foods they always hate and starting to hate foods they always love. I cannot imagine. Not sponsored. I knew one girl that like banana flavored popsicles were all she wanted when she was pregnant. Very weird. Oatmeal or toast. Imagine loving coffee, then suddenly hating it, but still craving it. Did that happen to you? Oh, I know the opinions have kind of changed. They used to say like no caffeine, and now they say some is totally fine. So, if you're of that mindset, you know, you grew up thinking that caffeine was bad if you're pregnant, then maybe it was good that you hated it, but still craving it. That would be horrible. Craving something you don't like. How do you appease that craving? Sounds impossible. Oh. I feel like I keep getting up a little later and a little later every day as this goes on. I feel like by the time it's over this weekend, I'm going to be getting out of bed at like 11. I think it's because the problem is it's hard to fall asleep with the headset on. So I end up watching Netflix for, an hour and a half, and each night it's a little longer, it's a little later until I can finally get to sleep. So then it just kind of piles on. The airbed now has a slow leak, which is only making things more and more complicated as we go on. Apple, I literally love coffee, but I hate it when it gives me a stomachache and a panic attack right after. Ooh. Yeah, caffeine is, it's funny that we consider it totally fine because it is a drug and it is a decently powerful one in high doses. I used to see all the weird side effects of it when I managed Starbucks because you'd always see, the new employees would start and they hadn't really ever drank coffee. And you get it for free your whole shift. So they would start drinking the sugary drinks that tasted really good. But then as time went on, they would want more coffee flavored drinks. Before you know it, they were drinking just straight shots. But like someone would go on their break and pound 3 shots of espresso and then come back and you're like constantly sweating while trying to work because all the caffeine is just wreaking havoc on your system. And then on your days off, you have to come in and get coffee because otherwise you'll have a horrible withdrawal headache. It's funny how we view caffeine as just this totally benign thing when it is addictive and it is strong. Yes, I went to 2 cups of black a day to green tea. I couldn't even smell it. Oh, that must have been hard. So that begs the question, you got through the one. So how do you feel about, having the next kid? I've heard it always gets easier. I've heard the first one is usually pretty rough on people, but after that, maybe it's just because they know what to expect. But I've heard after that, it's not so rough. I know with my brother and myself, my mom told us that like my brother was this super fussy baby and he called the shots as a baby. He wouldn't sleep through the night. He'd wake up all the time. He'd have her up all the time. And then when she had me, I was just like this lazy, sleepy baby that slept all night long and was never a problem at all. So I don't know if it's a difference in, experience and parenting or if it's just the child itself, how things go. But I've definitely heard it's not always the same tough experience it was the first time. Dave stopped drinking caffeine last April. I'm not pregnant as far as I know, but it's definitely stopped my heart being so far. Yeah, it is. I remember that at Starbucks, people's hearts would be just pounding in their chest, because you come back from break and you get right back to working fast and hard and, all that caffeine's in your system now and suddenly your hands are shaking, your heart's pounding. And the funny thing that was kind of sad, people would be like, oh, it's really busy today. I need to get going really fast. They'd take a bunch of shots and then they'd be spilling stuff everywhere all day. Because your hands are shaky and your coordination gets all funky. And you're just making more of a mess when you were trying to be faster and more helpful. Carol says, it's like starting with fruity cocktails to shooting straight vodka. Apple says, picture this, melatonin. It's a key in your mind to unlock the door to unconsciousness or tiredness. It's trying to open a door, and once it does, you feel tired. But then caffeine comes in the picture. Caffeine is the wrong key to the door to get stuck in the door. I think the second one will be much harder. I feel like it will be harder. I've heard that it's better, so hopefully that's not the case. Just hearing Apple, and it delays melatonin to unlock the door for a while. That's what caffeine does to you, right? Caffeine it's a drug. Liquid curtain. Sugar is worse than caffeine, and we treat it as even more benign. Cut all carbs a couple months ago. Crazy withdrawal. That was another thing when I left Starbucks. I noticed it seemed like it was easier to get over the caffeine, but being used to drinking chais and whatever kinds of espresso drinks, the sugar was tough to kick, because it was funny because I'd get headaches for the first few days and I'd try to wean myself off the caffeine near the end because I knew I was quitting and I knew I wasn't going to have as much access to it. But I'd find that after the caffeine headaches had gone away, I would still get headaches. And if I had some sort of sugar, they'd go away. And so I was like, oh, great. This is actually a sugar addiction. And it lasted even longer than the caffeine by quite a long shot. Carol thinks morning sickness will be worse and the second kill will be harder because I'll be dealing with the first one too at the same time. Oh, yeah, I guess that can also depend, how long out do you space them. My brother was 11 months old when she got pregnant with me. That was not intentional. And so she had two pretty young kids in the same period of time. So that would have been hard. I don't know your plans, but I think some people hold out a little longer now because, if the other kid is somewhat self-sufficient, it makes it a lot easier to have the next one. Apple, what's ironic is that sugar actually makes you calm down. That might be person to person too. I don't know. Just like, drugs for ADD can help people calm down and focus, but other people take them to like wire them and make them go crazy. Because Nat, she has something sugary and she gets super hyper. My body is luckily very good at keeping me balanced. Whether I have sugar, caffeine, or nothing, usually I can stay pretty level for a very long time before I get weird. But Nat, it's like the littlest thing she has, and she goes up and then down. It's kind of funny to watch, but I don't know how she deals with that. She's even drinking a decaf latte, because a lot of people don't know this, but decaf, technically to be decaf, the definition is it has to have 30% less caffeine. Most decaf still has way less. Most decaf is like over 90% less caffeine through the process, whether it's through a chemical or a natural process of decaffeinating it. But even with that, the small amount of caffeine there, she drinks like a decaf latte or something, and she's like starts bouncing around. Could be the sugar too, though. Carol doesn't want 2 under 2. I want the first kid to be potty trained first. Yeah, not 2 kids in diapers. Although, I remember my mom said she kind of potty trained us pretty early, so maybe she didn't have both of us in diapers. But I know now a lot of things say, like, don't potty train your kids too early. I don't know any of the science or reasoning behind all of it, but I know some friends of ours, their daughter was 4, and they were just starting to potty train her because they were saying that people, continue to wet the bed if you potty train them early. I don't know. I don't have any knowledge in that area, and I don't have any reason to really figure it out. So hopefully you can find out what works best for you and your family. But I think that's one of the toughest. I imagine that would have to be one of the toughest things about parenting. It's because there's so much misinformation already out there about everything, and everyone's going to give you their tips because everyone thinks, oh, you need their advice if you're a new parent. Like, I feel like you'd just be getting thrown so much information from so many directions. It'd be hard to figure out what was the right thing to do. So I hope for both of you, you have your own compass about things, and it's easy to make those decisions, because I feel like that would be the toughest part. VTids, that's something I realized since stopping caffeine, I can still possibly feel a tiny little bit from it, but I could be managing it. So I would say one thing about caffeine that I like having quit it is that now when I actually really need it, if I have some, it affects me. Because it got to the point where I just had to have it to be normal. And now, like, if, I'm super tired and I have to drive or something, I can drink some caffeine and actually be awake. Lily asks, can I go back to not adulting? I feel like so often as kids, we look forward to being an adult because then we get to do whatever we want, we think. And then you're an adult and it's like, oh, wait, this is not getting to do whatever I want. This is more responsibility and work. Lily, you could follow my model of life and just work extremely hard and extremely miserably for 10 years and then somehow be fortunate enough to basically retire from your awful work and do something you want to do and like to do all the time, because that is pretty amazing. Everything is tough because literally every parenting technique has a contradicting study. Yeah, that's what I mean. The internet, as amazing as it's brought us so much information, one of the biggest problems with the internet is I can Google, right now I could Google, is caffeine good for you? And I could find a bunch of stuff that would say yes. And I could Google, is caffeine bad for you? And a bunch of stuff that would say yes. Everything has studies that go both ways on it. So you can't really find the really good information, and true peer-reviewed studies are not something that are just free to look at. They keep those behind paywalls, or they only go to universities. And as long as money's in the picture and people feel they need to have money for what they've done or make money off of it, which is fair of them to feel that way, this will always exist. The things that we really need won't be free. Crazy Quest Kid, I'm on the PC I reset. Nice. It's working well now. And now you're living in a virtual reality. Yeah. I don't know that I would say this is exactly what I would want to be doing with my time for too long, though. This is, we're only 3 days away from finishing, and I'm starting to look forward to that. It'll be so weird to be able to actually navigate the house and do things with my own eyes instead of through a headset, because it's definitely challenging. At this point, I feel like I've gotten pretty used to how to do everything, but it's still a challenge. Treat advice cautiously and do what feels and seems to be right. That's what I do. Trust your own thoughts. Yeah, it's kind of what you have to do. I think also taking time to inspect our own thoughts and ask, why do I think that? Where did that come from? Is also important, because you just never know. There can be things in our brains that we've thought forever that are just straight up wrong. Dad and I were watching a thing recently that was talking about like our perception of diamond engagement rings, and how, we think that this has just been a tradition forever that people have done. And it actually went through where one family with lots of money and power and influence made everybody think back in like the 1930s that the only way to show someone you really love them and get engaged to them was to give them a diamond engagement ring. And before that, it was like not even a thing. I was like, wow, if you asked me like how long has that been, I would have thought that was forever. So sometimes it's really important to challenge yourself. What's up, Legend Plays? We started talking about oatmeal and somehow went into a much more philosophical talk this morning about all kinds of things. So maybe it's just because I'm really tired, but we're a little all over the place, which I enjoy. Did you hear the Quest 2 has been melting on faces? So now I'm getting the new Xbox Series S. Ooh, let's find out if this is real, or if this is just like we were saying, potentially information that is not quite right. So it looks like from the top few stories, it's something to do with the charging port. Just plugged it in, just plugged it in to charge, ran some errands, came back to a melting port, original cable and charger. What's up, Mo? Is this the world record for the longest in VR? Not technically. So I actually looked into applying to Guinness before we started this. And Guinness is very kind of particular about how they set up their world records. So if you want to apply for one that has never been done before, you have to pay a lot. You have to pay a minimum of $800 so that they can look into it, send someone out potentially and figure out how they'll actually help you define what it's going to be. So there's only 2 records on file of virtual reality so far. One is the most time spent in a single VR game, and one is the most time spent watching content in VR. And so with Guinness, with those kinds of records, it doesn't seem like they like to allow sleep to be a part of it. So if I wanted to apply to just the longest time in VR, if they would have accepted that as a new record, then it probably would have been under the stipulations that I didn't sleep, I stayed in the headset, and I could only take I think it's like a 5-minute break per hour or something to go to the restroom, basically. So, yeah, this technically wouldn't be it, especially because I am taking shower time each day. But also because I'd have to, I'd either have to have someone here with me. It would have to be even more provable than what I'm doing. But it also, like I said, I did not want to stay up for a whole bunch of hours and mess with myself like that. I'm trying to live like a real life in VR. Dave says, yes, you have to be open-minded and be able to accept you might be wrong. That's hard for a lot of people. I mean, someone will tell you something is the right way to do it, and another person will tell you the exact opposite. Yep. It's so tough. So listen to advice, but ultimately you might have to make up your own mind. And when you get inconsistent advice, truly true. So Crazy Quest Kid says near someone's lenses have melted. It looks like there is a few. It does not look, I mean, with these kind of things, you always wonder, is this an extremely small number of cases, or is it somewhat common? I'm seeing a decent number of posts saying that just the charging port seems to be a melting point. Electricity is one of those things that exists in our everyday life so much that we don't realize how dangerous it really is. It definitely seems like trying to search for it. It is a very small amount of cases of the melting and stuff. Hopefully it's not something like, you know, the Samsung phones that now you can't even take that certain one on a plane. Be right back and go make some oatmeal. Apple, we're all excited to hear what you think of the oatmeal. Dave says, that reminds me, I've got some 9-volt batteries I've been charging for 2 days. Probably a good idea to go take those off. Mo, it'd still be great if you could do the health examination, especially for the vision before after, to tell the world there's no harm. I went to the optometrist not that long ago, and I set up another appointment for right after this is over. They even said when I called them, they're like, you can't come back already. Your insurance won't cover another visit this soon. And I was like, I'm just going to pay for it out of pocket because I just want this to get checked out. And then they were like, okay. But yeah, they tried to stop me because they were like, you can't come back twice in the same year. I will have to, you know, include in the final video when we talk about it, though, that I was using these kinds of lenses that may have affected that. You know, whether or not people, you know, there's been debunks of blue light filters and all that, but I will say whether it's just because these are my prescription, whether it's the blue light or the anti-glare, these lenses have made my eyes stay very happy in it. Carol says, some people who don't agree with your parenting methods will get really agitated and aggressive with their opinions because a child's life is at stake. Oh boy. Yeah. It's funny how in those situations people think that they're allowed to assert their own agendas on other people. There's a lot of that with going on right now with you know, people and their rights and their bodies and children, and it's such a hot topic for people that they feel like they can, you know, insert themselves in other people's lives. When you make the oatmeal, keep an eye on it. If you microwave it, don't let it boil over. You playing Demio? You got the game, Legend. I don't know that we're going to play it today, but I would imagine we're definitely going to play it again before this is all over. I love Demio. I know that we played quite a bit with Potato yesterday because he didn't have any work or school yesterday, but yeah, I definitely want to play more. Ray, if you're afraid of melting, use the headset once and buy a new one. There you go. Easy solution. I would say probably, it seems like from the articles I've found of people talking about, it's usually always when it's charging. I know you said there was one that someone's melted between the eye area, so that one just, you know, something cross wire, something went wrong, which is not that uncommon with electronics. You know, it is something that can happen, but it's freaky when it's something that's strapped to your face versus, you know, a stereo that's sitting there or something. But it definitely seems like if you were worried about that, putting it on the charger just long enough to get it charged and then taking it off would probably be the way to go. Although for me, I have it sitting on a charging dock 24/7 all the time, and it's, you know, never had an issue. It never feels like it gets really hot. The controllers sometimes get a little hot if they're not seated quite right, which is freaky, but the headset itself doesn't seem to. Carlos doesn't blame anybody for not wanting kids. There's just so much pressure to be right or use the right parenting methods. And that's why Nat and I are not in any rush to have children. Because, yeah, you can trade me in Demio next time you play if I'm awake. Does that mean you're considering getting it, Dave? Because it is surprisingly fun. And that's coming from someone who never played any tabletop game like that in my life and thought I never would. I feel bad for the things I said about Demio before I got it. Oh my goodness. Killer X, I don't know if I trust you. I would like to say yes and do it, but I don't know. I don't know, bud. Maybe. Let me see where the morning takes us. I'm going to probably go get in the shower here pretty soon. And then after that, we'll do some regular Beat Saber probably. I kind of wanted to try something with boxing instead today, instead of doing the Beat Saber again, but I don't know. We'll switch up and do that, and then, oh gosh, I'm tired. And then I'll consider PSVR multiplayer at that point. Apple's back with the With the... Oh my gosh. Now that someone says you're a good talker, I suddenly can't think. Thank you, Glenn. I'll consider PSVR multiplayer while I'm doing that. Glenn, stand by for 1 second. That's for you right there, Glenn. I would recommend starting with the newest episodes if you're going to check it out at all. And it is also available on all audio platforms, including Amazon, Google, iTunes, Podchaser, Overcast, Ghana, like everything. But that is our VR podcast that was started about 1.5 years ago. It's got several different people from the VR industry, and we rotate out hosts. But I'm pretty much a constant on there. I'm usually on every single episode, so feel free to check it out. All things VR. The oatmeal's cooking right now. All right, Apple, keep an eye on it. Don't let it run over. Killer X, no, you can trust me. I'm free all day. Well, all the rest of my day. How late does your day go, Killer? What does that mean in my time? Because I know right now it's like 6 p.m. over there for you, and for me it's barely 10 a.m. Speaking of talking, I probably should be drinking water. That's been one thing that's been pretty taxing about this, is the fact that I've been talking constantly for like 5 or 6 days now. There it is. Been trying to be very good about drinking lots of water during it. Aha! yeah, Glenn, definitely. Feel free, like I said, check it out on audio platforms, because that's how most people process their podcast. But I figured that link, it's got everything in the description, so it'd be easy to find it from there. We used to always film it in virtual reality. That was kind of part of it because of the VR. But we found recently that when we tried doing them like face-to-face, people said they liked watching that better. So we've been doing it face-to-face more, which is actually way easier for us. In both editing and creating it. So that's nice. It's definitely, watching people in VR still isn't quite as engaging. You know, we need emotional tracking input. We need full body tracking. You know, it's so different from watching a face of an avatar versus an actual human face. You know, a lot of nuance. All right, Killer, let me know what time that means. And here in just a few minutes, I think I'm going to pause the timer and go take my shower for the day. Kind of get myself in gear. I feel like there's a couple more things I needed to check online while I was here. I think I got all my brother and mom's birthday presents picked out and on the way. Top 10 Quest games. Let me think about that one. I'm writing a list right now. I really need to look through the Quest library while I do this to kind of see. Oh gosh. I type in Oculus Quest 2 library, the first thing comes up, Quest is ready. Meta Quest 2. That sounds so terrible. Meta Quest. It just doesn't flow at all. Ooh. I'm putting these in an order, but now I'm realizing this isn't necessarily going to be from the best to worst. This is going to be kind of the 10 as I think of them. What is MetaQuest? Do you shower in VR? Killer says the one thing I do not. I really don't want to ruin my Quest, so the shower is the only time I am taking out of the headset. I'm allowing myself up to two shower breaks a day, up to half an hour each, which usually they don't run that late. What's up, Julian? MetaQuest. Meta is replacing the name of Facebook and Oculus, so your Oculus Quest is now a MetaQuest. As much as I love the Oculus Quest, looking through the library reminds me how there are so many just little experience type games and how there still is a lack of really good big games. This is not my official list because I need to do that at some point and make a real one, really dig through the entire library. But this is for now. And number 10 isn't out yet, but when it comes out, it is going to be probably my number one pick, I imagine. Oh, Legend likes lots of games. I even play games off App Labs. There's a lot of cool games, but a lot of them are still short, bite-sized experiences. They're not, we don't have a lot of huge full games. I did also consider putting Sniper Elite on that list. It depends on if you like those kind of games, though. MetaQuest just doesn't roll off the tongue like Metaverse. Truth. Right now, my main games are Demeo, Blade and Sorcery, Sport Mode, and Pavlov. Yeah, all good games. I would say definitely, though, a lot of them on that list you are missing. I mean, the must-plays, I would say, are Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, Beat Saber, Resident Evil 4, Pistol Whip, Population 1. Those are all must-play games. And if you're not playing any of those games, yeah, you need them. What's up, Cav? I am a sleepyhead. I left my phone next to me with the stream turned on and the volume turned down so that if in the night I woke up and wondered, is it still working? Because suddenly we're having problems with the stream staying up, I could turn up the volume and check it. And it did work for pretty much most of it. Gavin, we've played Pavlov a couple times on the stream, but yeah, you're talking to Legend. I just realized it. Yeah, you got to try Pavlov for sure. And supposedly, I was going to talk about, we played Pavlov on the stream and we tried the new hidden mode. And people said it wasn't available on Shack yet, Pavlov Shack, but then other people said they were able to play it on Pavlov Shack. So if they update it and it's available, you got to try that out. You too, Gavin, if you haven't yet. The new hidden mode, it's kind of like people hunting down a predator is about the closest thing I can put it to. It's really cool. In those days, I play a lot of cards and tankards on App Lab. It's like Hearthstone and VR. I need to check it out because, like I said, I never thought I would like card games or tabletop games like that. And Demeo has really changed my opinion about it. Quint. I really need to be drinking this water. My voice is telling me that I'm talking too much. Clint, welcome to VR. You got a secondhand Quest 1 since last week. Got any tips for a noob? The first and biggest thing I would always check and ask, and now we're having a buffering issue, is have you figured out if you are susceptible to simulator sickness yet? AKA motion sickness, although it's not technically the same thing. If that's always the first thing I try to assess with people when they're new to VR, because you really don't want to get yourself really sick because it could put you off for days or weeks or even forever. Some people just get really sick in VR, and then every time they think about VR, it makes them feel kind of icky and they don't want to try it again. So if you're just first learning it, take it slow. Start off in games like Beat Saber, where you always stand in place, or games like Job Simulator, where you physically walk. But games like The Walking Dead, where you run around with your analog sticks and you turn with one and you walk with the other, those can definitely make people really sick. So if you don't know if you're sick yet, be careful before you try those. And if you do try those games, set up a timer, like 10 minutes, and stop and sit around and let yourself feel what you're feeling. Because a lot of times, by the time we actually notice that we're motion sick, we're in it and it's too late. Where if you stop and you wait, it might start to set in even after you stopped. And then you can go, oh, okay, I am susceptible and I need to take it slow. Because you can always get over it, but you have to take it, you know, a little bit at a time, do a little more and a little more each time to build up a tolerance almost. Gavin, yeah, still waiting for new updates. Heard they're bringing back the new gore for the game. I know there's been something about the gore. I haven't followed Pavel closely enough to know the difference, but I will say in Predator mode, I noticed that sometimes when I hit people in the back, their whole back opened up and I could see everything inside. So I definitely think the gore, at least on PC, is pretty intense if it wasn't before. I'm not sure. I started by playing the first steps on Quest. Half-Life is not a Quest game. It's a port. Someone mentioned Half-Life. Maybe I missed that up there. Oh, wait. So where is Half-Life Alyx on your list? Half-Life Alyx is not available on the Quest. Yeah. There are other Half-Life games that are ported from old games, but actual Half-Life Alyx, to get it working on there, you either have to connect to a PC or have some crazy skills to get it working. Ray Bay. There's also a good social aspect in cards and tankers because in the tavern, you can speak to other players on, playing on other tables. Yeah, that's what I heard about it. Ryan Cones, I thought I was sleeping. Yeah, I need to change the name of the stream. I just woke up a little bit ago, ate some breakfast, and now I'm going to go shower and stuff and get the day going. We kind of got out of sync here because you have to restart your streams on YouTube every 12 hours or it won't stay up and running. And so we were doing 10 at night, 10 in the morning, restarting them, but over the last 24 hours, streams keep just dying for some reason. So now I had to restart one this morning. So I just started this stream, even though it says it was because I was still in bed then, but actually Nat helped restart it from the computer while I was laying there. Oof, yeah. I still haven't tried the Walking Dead game yet. I don't know why I felt like it wouldn't be that fun, but I'll try it. It is really fun, but you need to be cautious with the motion. Yeah. If you get a headache, heavy sweating, cold sweating, those are all early signs that motion sickness might be kicking in. And for some people, they never get the nausea, but you might end up extremely tired afterwards, or you might end up with a bad headache. Those are still other forms of it that you can get without ever getting the nausea. So yeah, if it's messing with your body in any way, it means that you just need to take it a little slower and build up your time. A lot of people don't know this, but when Doom came out back in the day, the first-person shooter game on, PC and early consoles, people got really motion sick playing that. And since then, the technology has advanced, understanding of how to keep people from getting motion sick in games has advanced, and now very few people get sick playing first-person shooters. We're kind of in those early days with VR right now where we haven't figured out exactly how to keep people from getting motion sick. It'll come, but it takes time. A lot of times, for some reason, people think that the VR industry is so much like the gaming industry that it should be just as advanced. People say, why don't we have just as good graphics and just as long AAA games? But we're kind of in the Atari stage of VR. We're not up to par with where video gaming is right now. It just isn't. So it could very quickly advance and get ahead of it because VR is much more capable than normal gaming. But it doesn't mean that we have, so many years of all these millions of people working in the industry with all this experience. It's still very new and very young. Yeah, Gorilla Tag is a bad one. Gorilla Tag is a sickness simulator, in my opinion, because of the weird movement, the choppy graphics. It can run really choppy depending on how many people you have in the lobby and stuff. It is not something I would put anyone new in. Yep. If you start sweating heavily, although Gorilla Tag, you could be sweating because you're physically exercising. But if you start sweating in a game that you're not physically exercising, that is a sign that you're probably having early onset motion sickness. So that is the time to stop, take a break, get all better. If you're dealing with that, a couple things that you can do to help extend your playtime: put a fan on yourself. That is the biggest one. Getting that heat away from you will really help you play longer. If you can get it aimed towards your face, blow a fan towards your face while you're playing. That'll really help. You can drink not necessarily just ginger ale, not like crappy, Canada Dry. Like get a ginger ale or a ginger beer that has real ginger in it. That will help you stay feeling good. There are a lot of other things you can do. Some people find if they walk with their actual feet while they're moving, that'll help stave off the motion sickness. So there's a lot of things you can try to help, but definitely take it slow. All right. Apple finally tried the oatmeal and give your opinion. It
tastes like rice cakes if you put in sugar. That is, well, yeah, that is, I would say, a pretty accurate assessment. It tastes good. Yeah, it's all about making it your own and making it taste good. Because if you eat it plain, it's not good. Apparently, some people say that if you put maple syrup in the oatmeal, it should taste a little more better. Yeah. Well, I think the best one that I really like out of like the instant oatmeals is the maple and brown sugar flavored one. And that's just probably just because it's so sweet, but that is a really good one. Okay, I should change up the name of the stream here. And the thumbnail. Okay. Wait, that's exactly what I just put in the oatmeal. See? that is my favorite way to do it. A lot of people like a lot of fruit and raisins, and I like it sometimes like that, but I feel like it's just pure sugar. Maple and brown sugar. Just basically pure sugar makes it so good. Oh, all right, everybody. I think I'm going to stop here. I'm going to go take my shower and stuff. So I will be back in less than a half hour, but I do stop the timer whenever it's time for that. So I'm going to go do that and have my very small amount of time that I'm out of the headset today. So I'll leave the music up for you. And I will be back in just a bit. Oh, that says the wrong thing still. There we go. All right, I'll be back in just... All right, we are back in. Thanks, everybody. I see Darky the cat stopped in here. Oh, you're talking about Coids. I miss Coids. I talk to him sometimes on social media outside of, collabs and stuff. And yeah, I know he was a little frustrated with YouTube. And so I figured that he might take a break from it at some point. Darky, if you're still here, yeah. Coids is great, but I'm guessing he's just... The last time I talked to him, it had been a while even then since he'd posted, and he said he was just kind of taking time away. I'm not really sure if that means he's coming back or if this is, going to become a long-term thing. I don't know. But I know he'd had some frustration with his YouTube journey. Hey, Quint. Mixters just got here, and he went for a shower. Hi. Just got done. You got a shot in the head while trying to rob for Blue Jays. Oh, no. You still got a lot, at least, Apple. Blue Jays eventually, well, actually, you'll rank up regardless of your Blue Jays amount because you'll rank up based on hours, not Blue Jays. So right now you're at brown. Soon you'll be bronze, and then silver, and then gold, depending on how much time you spend in the streams and all that. You do have some good hours in there. How was your shower? It was very nice. I have found as the days have gone on, I'm taking a little bit longer. I still am staying under the half hour. I mean, I think I was 22, 23 minutes there, but I'm taking a little bit longer showers because I think I'm enjoying a bit more of a break as time goes on. What's up, Noah? Almost a week. Yeah. I mean, technically, as of a half hour ago, it's been a week, but I am subtracting showers from the total equation. So I guess at this rate, by 3:30 on Saturday, it would be the 2:40. I said 2:30 was the goal, though, because I was figuring in the shower time. But I just might be able to pull off the actual hours mark too, if I stick to it, because it'll be hard because I have something I have to do at like 4 or 5 on Saturday maybe, and that's going to be pretty tight. So if I keep taking longer shower breaks, that's not really going to work. I would have to really start cutting my showers down to keep that timer running as much as possible. What games are you playing today? I don't know yet, Mixers. I haven't done any Population 1 when I told people I'd do some of that. I haven't done any Contractors. So I'll probably do some of those. The next few days, I might get away from gaming a little bit. So I might go out and try to interview some people today and ask some questions. It's hard to believe what I'm watching right now happened 30 seconds ago. I hope the delay isn't quite that crazy, but I do wonder. I know that when I am talking in the evenings and I'm like eating dinner or something, but I have the headset on, I'm actually playing the live stream in there. I would say I don't think it's quite 30 seconds, but I definitely think it's a little ways. I think today might be a little more delayed because I think when Nat restarted the stream for me this morning, I think she put it on normal latency instead of low latency in the hope that that might help with some of the buffering issues and stuff. I saw someone had some questions about the bots. How does the JBot work? Does it use Python? I have no idea. It is Streamlabs chatbot, so it's basically all designed by Streamlabs already. Streamlabs is what I'm using to stream. It's basically just another version of OBS. It's designed by them, so it makes it pretty simple because all you have to do is go put in the commands. Like, you just have to type what you want the command to be, and it does it. So, like, when I program the command for something like... Speaking of, I see someone type Blue Jays and it's not responding. Good luck. Thanks, Rainer Reap. If I were to type Instagram, let's see if the bot is listening. People are saying that YouTube bots are using Python. Yeah, I have no idea what Python is. It's very possible. Let me go make sure the bot is still connected. Oh, yep. So when I programmed that command, it had a section for what's the command. So I put an exclamation point Instagram, and then it had what do you want the response to be. And so then I just put the link. now that I'm seeing that, I realized I should have put more than just, oh, I guess it tells me it has a separate spot for timers, where in timers, I put in one, I named it Instagram, and then I put it to say, follow the channel on Instagram. So that's different. Yeah, I'm learning all of this. I don't think we have a command for YouTube yet. I'm not sure what it would do. I guess it could give you a link to the channel, but I mean, you're already here. What's been the hardest thing so far? Honestly, Rain Reef, the hardest thing is just managing the stuff on the live stream and everything, because like I have to stay in VR for all of it. So if something goes wrong, I have to like put this headset on, and if this headset has shut off, then I have to try to navigate on my computer without being able to see really what I'm doing, minus the millimeter of nosebleed space that I have that I can kind of look out the bottom of the headset barely. And I would say second to that has been sleeping. Sleeping with a headset on is pretty difficult. It took a lot of trial and error with different pillows and head straps and stuff, and I feel like I finally got it down. And then, of course, as I finally got it down, the airbed that I'm using has now started to leak. So can't yeah. I guess I can go do that as responses. So like here, I'll program one right now and kind of tell you all how it works. So like right now for command, I'm going to put in the word shower. So then if anyone asks, how do you shower? Then I can put the response, I am allowed 2 shower breaks per day, up to 30 minutes each. Usually they're shorter, but they're necessary due to working out in VR. And a drowned headset was not an option. So now someone tried to ask the question. I couldn't sleep anyways. Couldn't do it. Best of luck to you. Hey, thank you so much, Rainer Reap. At this point, I feel like it's now just a waiting game. I mean, we've made it way past the halfway point. It's been easy. Now it's just maintaining it till the end, which shouldn't be an issue. The biggest pain lately has been YouTube over the last 36 hours has been really unreliable and keeps killing the stream. So I keep having to restart the stream, which is kind of annoying because I was going on really good schedules. Every 12 hours we restarted, 10 and 10 and 10 and 10, and then all of a sudden it keeps dying and I have to restart it and it messes up the time. So now someone tried to ask the question, how do you shower? And let's see if that one worked. Because I don't know if it's going to work with the question mark after shower or not. I might have to also program in one with shower question mark. That shower command is going to be funny after the 10 days are up. Hey, Jay, you see the meteor shower last night? Yeah, I'll have to remember to go back and get rid of a bunch of these. So Dave's comment had the word shower in there, so I feel like it should respond, but let's see. The bot seems like it's being a little slow this morning. How do you shower? Did you like the challenge more than you hated it? Actually, I've really enjoyed this, Mixters. I've been pretty surprised by how much I've enjoyed it. I think because I'm live streaming and hanging out with all you, and I haven't been doing a lot of live streams in a while because we've been so focused on sticking with the daily videos that, I've realized that I missed this more than I thought. Okay, apparently the bot it's either going to take some time to refresh or it's not working. I'm guessing it's going to take a little while to refresh since I just programmed the command, because I don't know that they're instant. I guess while that happens, I'll go program one for eyes because people keep asking about eyes. Should also probably put a cooldown on these. Okay. What's the most immersive experience so far? If we're talking just VR and not necessarily this experience, there is an experience out on Oculus Quest right now for Space Pirate Trainer. It's called Space Pirate Arena. You have to go outside or somewhere huge and do it. That is the most immersive experience I would say you can have in VR at the moment, because you run around a real arena with your real life legs and use cover and duck and shoot at bots or other people if you can actually figure out how to get online in such a huge space. So that is definitely one of the most immersive experiences of at-home VR currently, I think. As far as what has been most immersive about this, everyone's trying. Hopefully the shower thing will work. I'll leave it there for a while and see if it comes back. The most immersive thing that I've done in here so far this last week. It's actually a good question, because I'm not really. I feel like most of the things we've done so far are things I've played before, so nothing is really standing out. I don't know. I may have to circle back to that one as I get further and think more about it, because it's I'm going to use the next few days to actually push out of the normal games that I play and do some other stuff, because I do feel like everything I've done in here has been stuff that I'm comfortable and safe with. And now that I'm seeing that this whole experience is really comfortable and safe and easy almost, I'm feeling like, okay, I can go do other things and experience new things without feeling like it's going to mess up my experience and make it even harder to survive. Okay. That right there is for you, Rainer Reap. That is our video on that is our video on Space Pirate Arena, so you can get kind of a little taste. You can skim through it and kind of see what it looks like and how it works. It is really cool, but you have to have a humongous space. It can't be in the sunlight of the day, and it needs to be as flat as possible. So for most people, it's just not realistic to be able to ever get to play that. But I mean, if you know someone who has an indoor tennis court or basketball court, or you can go to your gym and use an area like that, that would be the way to do it, especially if there's Wi-Fi out there, because then you can actually connect and play with other people. I will say, though, I can't imagine there's very many people online at any given time, so it's probably impossible to find a lobby. What you probably really need to do is, if you have a couple friends who have Quests, you need to all go rent a space, go play together at the same time. Ooh, I did play some No Man's Sky. I played it before. Played it about 2 years ago on the channel. Not that much of it, but just enough to experience it. And I did play a little the other night in here on stream. That is so good. It's so beautiful. So immersive. I do want to play more. It's one of those games that's daunting, though, because there's so much to do and learn that it's like, okay, do I have enough time for this? This is Streamlabs chatbot is what this is. Yeah, No Man's Sky is freaking amazing. And the fact it has multiplayer, too, I mean, so cool. I have my own Space Pirate Arena video up on mute on another tab, and going back and looking at it, it's just reminding me how freaking cool it is. Just continue conversation from before you showered. I haven't played First Steps and First Contact. Oh, you have. Also tried PSVR demos like Downward Spiral Prologue, mostly games that avoid moving but still get headaches after like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, you're definitely having a version of motion sickness, and what you want to try to do is pinpoint the amount of time it takes you in games to start feeling that way, and set a timer to get out before that. Because then if you keep doing that, you do that, even a couple times in a session, over time you should find you can up that timer by a minute, another minute, maybe 5 minutes later, and eventually get to the point where it doesn't really affect you, but your brain has to have some time to figure out what exactly is going on. And so you got to ease your way into it. Confirm the bot uses Python. I think Apple's asking you, Quinto, if you use the fan. The fan does I think the fan is probably the biggest difference you can add to anyone in VR. I usually put a fan on any first timer that's going to be in VR, just to help them have the best experience. And then I also try to continually remember to pull them out of the experience. Also tried walking inside the PSVR home, which made me instantly made me dizzy. That is an interesting experience that made you dizzy, because a lot of times for people who, if you walk in real life, maybe you're talking about walking in the game though. If you walk in real life in those spaces, usually that won't make people sick, Job Simulator would be one to maybe try, because Job Simulator only lets you move physically, but it actually has you move around a space while you're in it. Other things, though, you really want to make sure you have your IPD settings exactly right. Make sure you have your headset comfortable and where you can see. And also, if you're using headphones, I would say if you have any sort of motion sickness, do not use in-ear headphones. Do not use noise-canceling headphones. Do not use noise-isolating headphones. You want to use open headphones, or just use the speakers on the headset. Having anything around your ears, making your ears hot, or pushing into your ears can affect your inner ears further and make you feel more sick. Subbed and smashed the like. It popped back. See how it's going randomly. Thanks for being so polite. Respond. Aw, Rainer Reap, thank you. My ultimate goal is to just be helpful. So that always makes me feel really good when people feel that way, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, pop in. I'll be here for the next 3 days solid, every minute of the day, unless I'm the few minutes it takes to restart a stream, but that's pretty rare. So I will be here. Although if you pop in at night, I will be asleep on camera. And people have been hanging out for that too. So hey, thanks, Rainer Reap. It was really nice to meet you, and welcome to the channel. Check the Streamlabs bot and see if there's a menu named Scripts. Yep, there's one at the very bottom. I have not touched it yet, but there is one called Scripts. I wonder if Shower has come up yet. Swabakits. I said that wrong, I'm sure. I really enjoyed myself playing Valheim in VR. One of the best VR RPG games I've played, next to Half-Life Alyx, of course. I've heard that's really good. I have not played it at all, but I've heard it's a really good one. Okay, Shower seems to be working now. I feel like it's weird for the bot to say I, though. I think I'm going to change all those to we. Because then now that it's not coming from me and it's coming from the bot, it seems weird. Okay. Hola, what's up, Wired? Talking about in-game walking. Yep, okay. Yeah, if you find some games, I would try games that have you walk with your real-life legs. Like Super Hot or Job Simulator. They're games that are not going to make you as prone to motion sickness. And then like things like Beat Saber, where you don't move at all, you just stand in place. Things like that are going to be all of your best games as your brain takes time to acclimate and learn what's happening to it, basically. It did it. Someone try asking, how do you shower, with a question mark, and let's see if it responds to that. Only J-Bot is allowed to shower. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to copy eyes and put another command just for eye, because some people say any eye strain, anything like that. Look at me sitting here using the bot all by myself. We've come a long ways, thanks to Lily. Because this is where I don't really understand how this works, because... Oh, and I might have put a cooldown on shower. It's coming, though. The bot saw it. Hey, got the name. Whoa! So I guess I am very surprised. I'm glad to have done that for you, though. As someone who has not a hard to pronounce name, but a longer name, my name is actually Jeremiah. I'm very used to people messing up my name or trying to make it a name I don't want it to be, like Jeremy. Okay, commands, eyes, shower. I have not put a cooldown on. I'll put just a 2-minute cooldown. Okay, we got lots in there. Thanks for all the advice. Hey, of course, oh gosh. Apologies, that probably sounded terrible in the stream. I I love VR, and the thing I want most is for other people who get to try it to enjoy it. So that's where motion sickness is something we all have to be very aware of for now until the technology gets around to that, and make sure that we're doing our best when we share with people to not make them sick, because nothing can put people off like getting really sick in VR. Have you tried Peruvian dishes? Boy, I don't know. I feel like there was a restaurant we went to that had some Peruvian dishes, but you always wonder too when you're at those restaurants, is that authentic or real? So I don't know. Nat and I are into trying as many different kinds of food as possible, but that's the thing, like I said, you never know when you're in America if you go to another restaurant from another region, whether it's actually that. Bless your face. Giving me some SXE Phil vibes back there. Way back in the day. For all of you who don't know, Philip DeFranco, as his channel used to be called a long time ago, SXE Phil, but he always had to specify in the outro he was not saying sexy, he was saying SXE. You can also add commands using... Oh, and it'll just do it directly from here. I don't have to do it in the bot, Apple. If so, that's cool. I think my headache might be caused by pressure on my face, but I don't really have any idea of having to buy accessories. But I don't really like having to buy accessories. Quinto, I think you said you just got a Quest 1, which sadly does not have a ton of support. I could be mixing that up. Yep, you got a Quest 1. Doesn't have a ton of aftermarket accessory support. The Quest 2 has gotten tons of different ones. But yeah, the Quest 1 is not terribly comfortable. Almost to day 7. What's up, Mustard Squeezy? I mean, technically this is day 7 because we started on a Wednesday at 10 a.m. But yeah, we're almost 7 days complete in the headset. So we are getting there. Yo, why can't we see your screen like what you're looking at? I'm literally just looking at the chat. I thought about putting the screen up there, but since the chat's on it, I thought it would be kind of redundant. Really, oh, thanks, Swowwickets. I really appreciate that. We have been growing quite fast lately, thanks to all of your support and everyone out there. It's been amazing to see. Even since this morning when I looked at it, it keeps going up. We're currently at 10,592. So those of you who hang out in the stream here a while, if that goes up another 8, you'll actually see it change up on the stream up here, which is cool. I'm sad that it can't be more of an actual live count because it's based on what YouTube shows, which is the 10.5. It's just based on that. But it's really cool when you're here and you get to see it swap up, especially now that we're above 10,000 because it takes a lot more. It used to be below 10,000 every 10 people it would change. But now, you really got to be here. If there is a way to get one that keeps it more instant, I would love to figure that out, but I don't know how to do that. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, days are weird. It always throws me off. I feel like days are confusing because, like, you say, in this many days versus it's been, and we actually brought that up recently on the channel in a poll, a somewhat divisive poll that said when someone says next weekend, what weekend are they talking about? And apparently a lot of people think next weekend always means the weekend after this one, which I always called that the weekend after next, because to me next weekend is the soonest coming weekend, especially because it gets really messy when you're in the weekend and someone says next weekend. Well, then if you believe that's the weekend after this one, would that be 2 weekends from now? I don't know. Google security alert scares me. Mustard, I've been sneaking a peek at your stream. Aw, thank you. I lost the game. Oh no. I feel like I missed a comment here. I'm not sure what game we're talking about. What's up, Jordexis? How are ya? I keep calling you Jordexis, but it's Jordex is gaming, so I need to say Jordex. What's up, Jordex? We'll probably get into a little bit of Beat Saber for exercise or something here. So I don't know. My day's all wrecked because I got up kind of late. Because like it's 11 here already. And usually we eat lunch around noon. So I don't really want to start Beat Saber and work out and get really sweaty in the next 45 minutes to an hour. And then jump into lunch right after that. Because I usually want to have a couple hours for Beat Saber when we play, because usually so many people want to play. So I might play something else and hold out kind of until lunch, and then maybe do some Beat Saber or something after lunch. I don't really want to mess with my routine too bad either. That's the problem. Nat, if you're out there and you're listening, would you just shoot me a quick message in chat? I think, kind of thinking maybe today, maybe I should just, maybe we could just do sandwiches or something that could sit here and it wouldn't matter if it sat here for a while. Maybe I should just exercise and eat lunch a little later. I wanted to go see if I had maybe a different game to do for exercise today instead of Beat Saber. The showers aren't live streamed. Well, Young, I mean, it's pretty close. This is literally the bathroom right here. I've also subscribed. Thank you, Quinto. Thank you. Sorry, I went to wish my brother a happy birthday on his Discord server. I got a little sidetracked there. I'm also happy you didn't know my name. I appreciate that. It's hard. As someone who used to manage Starbucks and have to write people's names on cups all day, it is hard not to mess up people's names. I really tried hard, but the problem is, there's a name like Emily that's, traditionally spelled E-M-I-L-Y. And then we knew some people that named their kid Emily. I'm going to type this in chat just because it's so weird. Oh gosh, if I can find my home row. E-M-A-L-E-I-G-H. Somehow that equaled Emily. Like, don't do that to your kids. If you're having a kid and you're naming them, name them the traditional way their name is spelled. If you want them to have a unique name, give them a unique name. Don't give them a normal name and spell it really weird, because then their whole life they're going to have to look at their name misspelled on things. Not okay. Nah, mate, make something that will give you tons of energy. And then make some ramen with a medium boiled egg. Oh, I love ramen with an egg in it. I've really wanted ramen the other night. Nat made us a good ramen substitute. But I really want to order it from the ramen shop here in the south part of town because it's so good. And I honestly thought for a hot second that the chair behind you was a fan. Oh, that thing back there, yeah. I have a fan actually under that table right now for when I play Beat Saber and stuff. Yeah, that chair is very weird. It's like a bamboo chair. Someone gave it to us. If you Beat Saber, I will play. All right, Jordix. Yeah, we're almost at a full 7 days in the headset. It's approaching. I know, Caleb. It's surprising me how quick it's gone. Young, yep. MLA. MLA. Yeah. Don't name your kid Sean, S-E-A. Although, I feel like that one's common enough that if you name your kid S-H-A-W-N Sean, some people would still spell it like that. And I know that a lot of times these weird spellings we see are actually some certain region, a regional way of spelling it. So it's not necessarily an incorrect way. But if it's not the common way people spell it, you're just going to make your kid's life hard. We have two friends that are both named Stephanie, and it's spelled like that. Which if I saw that on something, I would pronounce that Stefani. Like Gwen Stefani. To me, that is not Stephanie. So if in the future you're thinking about naming your kid, I would say give them the best, most common way of spelling it at least, so that hopefully during their whole life people aren't always misspelling their name. The funny thing for me, my name's Jeremiah, and that's what J is just short for Jeremiah. But Jeremiah is spelled Jere. That's how it's spelled in the Bible. That's how it's spelled by everyone who ever has had it. That's how it's spelled. Yet everyone who tries to spell it always tries to spell it Jera because they think it's Jeremiah, so they think it can't be another E. So I always get that. Or people just totally give up and spell the name completely wrong. I had a Lego magazine subscription as a kid that would come to Germain. I pronounced Sean as Scene when I was a kid. Yeah, English, I know. Aaron. Yeah, Aaron. I know. Names are a weird thing, and it's kind of fun to rant about them and stuff because, you know, people aren't going to change messing up names anytime soon, but it's just for the kids' sake, you know. Make it something people are going to be able to spell. Like, what is Elon Musk doing with that name for his kid? Like, that is going to be a tough one. My name is Sam, so it'd be pretty hard to mispronounce it. I thought your name was Kyle. For people out there who don't know, that's a joke. Because Killer X was talking about doing a name reveal, and so I was trying to convince everyone his actual name was Kyle Lee Rex, which would be a pretty cool way to shorten it down to Killer X. What's up, Mickey Mouse? Good to see you in here. You are back. All right, I'm gonna try to pull up my Steam library. I might have to do it inside the headset because it has been very finicky. When I'm in the headset, Steam on my PC does not want to open because Steam VR is already open. If I go here, will you open? I just tried to open the Steam store and that did not work. Yeah, for some reason, because Steam is open, it will not also open on my PC. Yes. Sorry, my name is Kyle Lee Rex. That would be the coolest name. Yeah, with Sam, that is a hard one to mess up. I feel like I've never seen another way to spell Sam. If you have a kid, Killer X, you should name them Sam, but with a silent H at the beginning or something. Kyle Lee Rex Chad McKenzie. I wonder what life is like for all the dudes named Chad after the last few years in the new definition of the word Chad. I feel bad for all the women named Karen who are not Karens. I feel like, though, it is probably the whole trend of calling people Karens has probably helped people named Karen to not cause scenes in public or not be rude to people, because then it's like, oh crap, now that I am a Karen, I really cannot do it. Your name is, I would pronounce that just Quentin, but if that's wrong, then yeah. To me, it just looks like Quentin with kind of a silent J in there. Vat. Yeah, I am thankful. I feel like it wouldn't be that bad to be a Chad, but it would be very bad to be a Karen. Cat. Yep, Willow's back there. Oh, she was back there. Okay. I'm going to look through my Steam library. I'm also going to message Nat. It's very weird getting a hold of my wife on Discord instead of just going and talking to her. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to look over my Steam library here real quick and see if I have a different game. The problem is I have some games only on Oculus because I usually use an Oculus headset. Trying to see if there's some game besides Beat Saber that I could use for a little bit of exercise before lunch and then just do Beat Saber after. I have a lot less games on Steam than I thought I did. Man, I feel like I have nothing. I mean, it's funny because there's like there's over 100 VR games in here, but like the ones I'm thinking about, like Knockout League or Creed, I swear I have Creed at least. Why do I not see that? Do I really have it only on Oculus, maybe? I know I have it on PSVR as well, but if I do PSVR, I can't see chat, and so that makes it hard. Okay, I have a search key, but I can't pull up a keyboard to type in it. That's not terribly helpful. Guess I could always play Blade and Sorcery. That's sort of exercise, depending on how you play it. This is one danger, I will say, if you buy an Oculus headset, you may end up at a point where you have a lot of Oculus games, and then if you end up with a Steam VR headset, you may not be able to play them. You can, there's like Revive and stuff you can do, but it's a little tricky. It's not as simple and easy as I'd like it to be. Wow, yeah. Okay, what did I just learn? My controllers are really struggling to charge. I need to plug this charging stand directly into the wall, but that is a dangerous thing to be trying to do while in VR. Very dangerous. Okay, let me catch up over here. Well, technically it's Samuel, but yeah, easier. But I hate that name, so I Sam. I actually had a teacher that mispronounced it Samuel. What? You have Onward on Oculus. I think I might have it on Steam, actually, now that I think about it. How are you still doing this? Bloodscats, it's actually been, or Bootscat, sorry. It's been surprisingly easy. It's pronounced like Quintine, like sign. It's Dutch. Okay. Download Revive. Yep, Revive is an option. I would have really died if I were you. Oh gosh, I hope not. I do have someone, I have an amazing wife who's taking care of food and stuff mostly for us, so that would have been a lot harder. I feel like I probably would have been trying to use a cutting board in VR and probably chopped off my finger and then bled out. Moss is a super charming story-heavy game. I have played, not through all of it, but I have played it. It is really nice. It's not, I actually tried to stream it a few times, and I wasn't in love with streaming it because when you're streaming, you're usually, keeping up somewhat of a conversation with chat. And because Moss is actually more puzzles than I thought it was, it's not hard puzzles, but when you're diverting so much of your attention to talking to people, it can actually be hard to focus on any kind of puzzle and do it. I can't wait to see the huge stain on your face. Well, actually, Bootscats, when I switch to the Quest, I'm not using a facial interface at all. I just have the lenses hovering over my face. So I don't think I really even have much of a VR face at the moment. I definitely think there's probably some acne popping up from constantly having this one pressing on my face. But as far as it goes, I don't think there's not much sign on my face that I've been here. So I've just got back from a Beat Saber session. Also, I don't have bad throat no more, just really congested. Well, at least you don't have the painful throat. But yeah, that's not fun, being all congested up. I was really worried if I ended up with like allergies or something in the middle of this challenge, that would make it much more miserable. But luckily, since I've only been in this room, I feel like I've been fine. Oh, Willow. I hear you crying back there. Come here. I don't want you walking on my keyboard. Come here. Or you can sit right where I need my mouse to move around. Astrobot is greater than Moss. For people who don't know about Astrobot, it's a PSVR exclusive, and it's It's similar to Moss in a way, but it's such a good game. I love Astrobot. Do you have Echo VR on Quest? Oh yeah, Echo VR is free. I mean, everyone should have it on Quest. I'm very bad at it though. Have you played Pavlov, and what's your opinion on it? Like, do you like it or just feedback? I do enjoy playing with people. I will say the one thing that bugged me about it as someone who usually plays or had played a bit more realistic of shooters, the recoil in Pavlov is ridiculous. It is unreal how bad the recoil is, which makes the game much harder to play than I feel like it could be. But it is a very fun game. As long as you think of it as an arcade shooter and not like a mil sim type shooter, you're gonna, I think, enjoy it. And I'm not really into mil sims, but the recoil was just because, as being someone who's lived in, you know, Oregon and in America a lot of my life, I've I see a cat. I don't usually see her. I hear her. She's very noisy. As someone who's been in Oregon, I've shot a lot of guns in real life because, you know, people here have guns. And the recoil in Pavlov is just way too exaggerated from real life. I haven't played Astrobot. Oh, if you have PSVR, it is a top 5 game in my opinion. You've got to try it. There's so many unique things they did in it that you don't see in any other VR game. And that's where I say that if you start it and you're not quite, you got to get through a few worlds. Because you'll really start to see there's so many details and things that they did you don't get to do in other games that are so good. Just make sure when you do it, your tracking is set up pretty decently to where your controller and your headset will always be in frame, because you can move your controller around and it tracks it. Yeah. Yeah, Pavlov takes 5 shots to kill. Yeah. Unless you can get the headshots. Yeah, it definitely is not the most realistic of games, which I'm fine with that. I don't like a game where I get shot once and I die. But I would like a little bit more realistic recoil, because it just makes it such a pain to kill people when your gun is all over the place. Aqua's using their iPad Pro right now and forgot how great the audio is. I haven't had an iPad since the iPad 2. And I actually just sold the iPad 2 like a year and a half ago. It had been sitting for so many years, and I was like, why do we still have this? I should just sell this, because it's been around forever and just sitting there. Swalkit says, sadly, I am Steam VR only for now. Yeah, yep, I understand. You have to have, I feel like you have to have a PSVR and an Oculus Quest 2 headset to get the full world of virtual reality. You know, there's so many games that you're just going to miss out on, sadly, if you don't have those two because of the exclusives. There are a lot of really good games on PSVR that I'm glad I had a PSVR, because a lot of people who are very into VR never had the PSVR, and they missed out on some really awesome games. But now if you don't have a Quest 2, if you have a PC or something, you're missing out on good games again, you know? Exclusives drive me crazy. The VR industry is too small to be already hogging up all these exclusives, but what can we do? As long as Facebook will pay people a ton more money for their game to be exclusive than they would have actually made off the game, people are going to keep doing that. Oh, Willow. Your claw is in my sweater. Your claws really need to be trimmed, Willow. 2 for the head in Pavlov. Wow, yeah. I know if you have a helmet that affects it too, but it definitely seems like there's a lot. Facebook can suck it, so. Don't you mean Meta? Oh, yeah, that's a mess. That whole thing with them is just a mess. When I was playing Pavlov with sloths, I need more water. I just ran out. My mouth is not doing well with talking now. When I was playing Pavlov with sloth, I realized how bad the recoil is. You have to get used to aiming with. Yeah. If you are someone who tries to use a gun stock when you play, you will notice it very quickly, because what will happen is you have the gun stock basically aiming at the floor after a few shots on any automatic weapon, and it feels very unrealistic at that point. Good afternoon, bud. Wanted to check in and see how things are going and what day you are up to. What's up, Soul Fox Gaming? Huge shout out. Soul Fox is in the chat right now. This is technically day 7, although we haven't quite completed 7 full days yet. The shower breaks do set it back a little bit, but I'm feeling really good. I think the hardest part about all this is the fact that I'm streaming it all. I'm kind of constantly talking, so I need a lot of water to keep it up. Meta is a bum. Yeah, it's tough because on one hand, they're doing so much for the industry that's really helping. But on the other hand, like pricing their headsets so low and the things with competition they're doing are also stifling the industry. So it's hard to say, you know, whether it's good or bad. I do feel like if it wasn't for Sony and Facebook, though, VR would not be where it is at all right now. And it might have even kind of fallen back into the shadows again, you know, because there was a VR surge in like the 90s. I don't remember that. I wasn't really around for that, but there was a VR surge in the 90s, and people thought back then, oh, this is going to go mainstream, be the next thing. The technology just wasn't there. But I do feel like this time, if we hadn't had the big money of Sony and Facebook, it really might have fallen back into the shadows again, and we wouldn't be where we're at. You know, there's been a lot of commitment from these companies to get it to the mainstream, even when it was not profitable to do so, which I appreciate because it's something that I'm very passionate about and I love, but it's, you know, any big change to the tech industry is going to take a lot of work and money and passionate people, because it's not just going to take off like wildfire. I hear you've already completed an impressive feat. Stay strong, and I hope you're able to finish these 10 days. Hey, we definitely will. At this point, it's really just a run out the clock situation. I feel fine. Everything's gone great, so it's going good. Really good to see you in here, Soul Fox, though. Thanks for stopping in. If any of you out there don't know Soul Fox, it's hard to imagine you're into VR and you don't. But if you don't know Soul Fox, check him out. I want to say 50,000 subscribers, I think. A lot of Rec Room content, but other VR content too. Yeah, well-known channel. And also, from my interactions, just the nicest guy, which I appreciate. You know, there's a lot of people in the VR industry, but finding nice people, those are the people I want to spend my time around. You know, there's some people that are just in it trying to make it a career or get rich or famous or whatever. That's never why I've been here. So I appreciate when I see someone who's just nice and helpful and doing it for the love of VR rather than, you know, love of self. My internet's so bad today. I do wonder to myself what's going on with my internet. I think it's actually YouTube. I don't think it's the internet, because the internet seems to be fine. But in the last 36 hours now, we've had to restart the stream tons, when before that, every 12 hours, you know, we'd restart it because you have to 12 hours in, 12 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours. But like the other night, the stream died, and then yesterday the stream died several times. So yeah, I'm having to constantly reopen it. Soul Fox, yeah, I figured most of the chat probably knows Soul Fox. Hey, well, you're doing good work over there. And if Asterion believes in somebody, that's usually a pretty good sign that they're good. One of Willow's hairs just went right in my mouth. Ugh. Ugh. Hair is a funny thing. We're going off on so many tangents today. But it's so funny because, like, we think of hair when it's attached to people or animals as beautiful and soft and cuddly cats. But the minute a hair is no longer attached to a being, it is like this disgusting, horrible thing. We hate it. It's funny how it's such a quick change. Swalkit says they undercut the competition to get the majority of the market so they could harvest data later like they do because they are an advertising company. Yeah. And that's where they keep trying to say, you know, they're going to change, they're going to do things differently. Boy, I don't know. It's hard. Actions speak louder than words, and even them naming their them changing their name to Meta feels like a grabby BS move, in my opinion. It feels like they're just trying to stake a claim on something that is not even fully created yet. You know what I mean? Soulfox might have left the chat already. I feel like I've seen on Instagram that Soulfox has played Onward, though. I feel like, but I mean, it could always be another shooter. But yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I've been subbed to the dude for a hot minute, for sure. Cat, I'm not sure this is what I wanted to do with my morning. Which game is Onward? I can only think of the Disney movies. Onward is the most realistic mil-sim style shooter that is in VR. It's one that you may have seen footage of, but it's not going to be one of the ones that you see like the jokey meme videos of. Onward is more like hardcore competitive play, and it's very intense. There's no names above other characters in it, so like you have to know what your team looks like to identify your own teammates. One headshot will kill you, like 2 body shots will kill you. It is it is a game where if you are not very good at shooters, you're not intensely good at shooters, you'll get in there and you'll just die every time almost instantly. You get one kill and you're going to be happy with yourself. Yeah. Onward is a tough game. They will make VR in 10 years. Taste, smell, touch, death, or more. I think the industry is going to pick up a lot of speed, but to be honest, even in 10 years, I would be surprised if they can really nail smell. There's been a couple peripherals that have tried to do it, and for one reason or another, they haven't worked out. Smell is such a tricky thing. And obviously taste, that'd be a really tough one, you know. You have that sprayer spraying stuff in your mouth or something, that would not be pleasant. And death, well, if anybody makes that headset, I don't know how well that's going to go. How heavy? She is, when we wear her, she's usually between 8 or 9 pounds. She's full grown, but she was the runt, so she's not very big. I don't know what 8 pounds is in grams. Let me see if I can look it up. 8, because I know that a lot of you probably don't run on pounds. 8 pounds to kilos, 3.6 kilos. Yeah, Onward could be a military training program, honestly. Mickey, yep, I won and got 1,000 on Onward. Nice. Yeah, Onward, unless you're in a lobby with noobs, it is a very tough game to get into for the first time if you're not very good at milsims. The nice thing about it, though, because it is more realistic, unlike Pavlov, the recoil isn't ridiculous. You know, if you've ever gotten to shoot an assault rifle of any sort, you see that because they use smaller, very high-powered rounds, the recoil and the noise is actually very, very mild because they're meant to be an accurate precision rifle that you can quickly fire as you need to. You know, where every gun on Pavlov, I feel like I'm shooting a Tommy gun. You know, it's just all over the place. You shoot, the first shot knocks you up, 5 inches, the second shot another, and within 3 or 4 shots, you're aiming at the ceiling. So yeah, it's tricky. Meta wants $1 billion. You know what they actually want is 1 billion people in VR. Because then they'll have control of everything. Yeah, it's hard to assess their actual motivations. I mean, they're a company, and that is one of the big problems. When the world is driven by money, there will always be corruption. You know, money is something that it's a poison in and of itself. Because the problem with money, this is really going to go off into a weird tangent here, I'm warning you now. The problem with money is there can always be more. You know, where if people were paid in goods and stuff, at some point you look around your house and say, oh my gosh, I have too much stuff. I don't want more stuff. But you can always have more money. And it doesn't, I remember seeing a thing that if Jeff Bezos managed to spend $1 million a day, he still wouldn't spend all his money before his life was over. That just does not seem necessary. If we looked at life in the amount of things that we enjoyed doing, at some point you'd say, even, like hobbies. I don't take on any other hobbies right now because I have more than enough to fill my life and my time. There's other things I think, I'd like to do or learn that, but I'm not going to take on 1 billion different hobbies where money you can always have more. I've got the stream health is in excellent condition, Aqua, so it might just be you. Just look at the history of Oculus. They were PC to this meta BS. They were PC to this meta. Are you saying like previously before all that? Oh. Well, you keep putting your long claws in my sweater, and I really don't want you to destroy it. Just lay there without clawing me. I just realized I should probably put on some more hype music, because this is still on, I think, the sleepy playlist, and that might be why I'm being so lazy right now. There we go. If he spent $1 million a day, he would still get it. That's probably, yeah. I think they had put it like if he stopped making money and still spent $1 million. Maybe that's what it was said. But yeah, he probably, even $1 million wouldn't outdo his income right now. I think the music change freaked Willow out. What's up, Mixers? Welcome back. Willow was just hanging out on me for a while. That's why I always have this lint roller right next to my desk. Trading services would be more of a thing. Yeah. And, you know, at some point, you only have so much time in the day. You'd only want so many services. There would not be this, you know, huge hoarding of all of the wealth. And that's, you know, that gets into economics and stuff that I'm really not qualified or learned enough to really discuss. But it just seems like whenever you see something going wrong, if you look back far enough, you always trace the problem back to some sort of money that drives the problem behind it, which I just wish the world didn't have to be that way. When I was a Starbucks manager, I was actually once sent to the state capitol to talk to some legislators about some laws that they were trying to come in and make. And when I got that peek behind the curtain at how laws are actually made and suggested, it was like, whoa. There was no more wondering in my mind why it seems like there's so many messed up things in the world. It was very sad. And yeah, those billionaires can't afford to pay taxes. How could they do that? Quint, there will probably be a few multiplayer games a little later in the day. That definitely. I'm so close to lunchtime here that I'm probably gonna hold out for lunch, and then after that, I'll at least probably do Beat Saber first thing, so that anyone who wants to join can, and we'll play some multiplayer, get some exercise together to get us off on the right foot. Yay! I was hoping you would do. I really wish I knew what the heck was going on. This only started yesterday, and restarts and everything don't... I feel like it's on YouTube's side because everything I do can't fix it. Yeah, I don't know if you can still hear me or not. You can hear fine. Well, that's good. Yeah. Craigie, sadly, we already have the best Wi-Fi we can possibly get here, which is Comcast 1,000 megs a second. And I have it wired directly into the PC. So that's the best in our area we can get, so I can't get any better. At some point, I just might have to move somewhere where there's Google Fiber. That stuff is supposedly amazing. Upgrade your area. Sadly, that isn't exactly the easiest option at the moment, but we are actually looking into it. As much as I love Oregon, Oregon's cost of living is now in one of the top, I think it's in the top 5 states in the country, and it is ridiculous. Studio apartments here can go for nearly $1,000 a month. And this is in New York City. Like, what the heck is going on? Hey, what's up, Mr. Zombie? We're still going strong. Still holding strong. We had a good morning so far, besides the stream trying to die over and over again on us. We're sitting here with 10 people, 30 likes. Feeling good. I need to go get some more water here shortly. I just ran out, and all the talking is definitely affecting my throat a little bit. I might actually run and get some water while we're trying to make sure the stream is still good. So hopefully here in a second everything's back. I got fiber like 2 months ago. It's amazing. I get like 100 megabytes per second when downloading stuff on Steam. That is good because even though my internet download speeds are near 1,000, Steam just does not, just does not do it. Steam speed is always much, much slower than your internet speed. Yeah. I think I heard they actually are at least offering 1,200 or maybe even 2,000 megs here soon. So I need to call them and see. And call them because that's usually my routine. It's like every 6 months I have to call them and be like, okay, our internet costs too much again, because they'll do like a 6-month promo and that'll get it back below $100 a month. Because I think right now we're paying like $130 for internet alone, nothing with it, which is a lot. I don't know if that's a lot in other parts of the country, but it seems like a lot to me. All right, I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. How is the stream? Are we all good again? That is just Wi-Fi. You don't get the full speed. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there. I know we were talking about Steam. I feel like I got a little lost. The Wi-Fi speed, I know Wi-Fi speed's always way slower. That's why I have my computer and my PS5 plugged in directly to the router here. Like if I test my speed, it usually tests, depending on the time of day, between 700 and 900. But Steam, even though I'm directly plugged into it, it never downloads stuff that fast. Yeah, right now we're testing out at just about 800. The big thing that's bad though, I would really like to have a faster upload speed because of YouTube and all that. Like right now I'm testing out at 40 megabytes for upload speed. So, and that's pretty typical of it. That's not slow or anything. So yeah, especially with streaming, I feel like if I got on better internet, that would probably help. Swallow gets, you said must have a comfortable headset. So I'm borrowing a Valve Index from a channel, and it's decently comfortable, but it, like your Vive, pumps out a ton of heat, and it pumps out right into your face on this headset, which was driving me crazy. So I first took off that plastic piece that's on the front to help with the heat, and that at least let some of it out. But yep, and oh, Craigie even already said this there. I have these fans on this that pull the heat out through the front. And then the Quest 2, which I'm also using, it has fans built into the front of it that blow the heat out the front too. So yeah, I don't get too hot. Comfort though, they're both, I mean, for headsets and all the mods I've done in the Quest 2, they are pretty comfortable, but it's, you know, it's still having this thing strapped to your face all the time. It's not going to be terribly comfortable. Our folks said to never sit too close to the television screen when we were younger. Now we grow up and have screens on our face. We showed them. The difference is, though, these lenses create a distance where there is a lot of there's a lot of things being looked at about maybe they were right about being too close to an actual screen that doesn't have that distance for your eyes, because they're finding that people who are looking at their phones constantly, it does seem to be detrimental. Pavlov surgery down. Oh no. Yeah, it calculates how much you're paying for, I think, but you're not going to get the full speed. Yeah, it's only ever hit close to 1,000 when I've speed checked it a few times. But it's, you know, time of day, demand, how much you're using, all that plays into it. Quinto, I've seen you play Beat Saber yesterday. I don't think it would be fun if I joined, given that most of you are very experienced. I've never played. It still could be fun. We can play on lower levels. But yeah, sometimes the more I've done these, and now, especially now there's crossplay, I think is why. More and more of the pros are showing up. Because I think I used to, when it was only Oculus, I played mostly on Oculus. And even if you have someone really good on an Oculus Quest or something, they're still dealing with the same tracking issues you are. Where now that I'm playing, you know, Steam and Oculus, people from Steam can come in and they're playing on Vives and Indexes and things that have no tracking issues. So then you're going up against them if you're on an Oculus headset with some tracking problems and they're having none and they're just crazy good. Yeah. But I think it also is because, you know, people who want to be pro in Beat Saber eventually switch to those kinds of headsets. So you're more likely to encounter the amazingly good people on Steam. So crossplay has allowed a lot of them to come in and dominate the Oculus scene. Aquarum, with the new internet I'm getting, can go up to download speeds up to 1.5 gigabytes per second and up to upload speeds of 940. See, that's where I feel like Comcast, like, they'll claim, you know, oh, you're going to get these speeds, but, like, I feel like they don't advertise their upload speeds because they know their upload speeds are slow. The download speeds are fine. You know, it's most games, if I need to download even a big game, I can sit there for 5 or 10 minutes and it's downloaded, but uploads are slow. So is that yours? Are you asking this headset? This headset is not mine. This headset is being borrowed. I have an Oculus Rift S, which is put away because I'm using this. I have an Oculus Quest 2 and a PSVR that I use. Do you think it's worth buying Beat Saber again on Quest 2 if I had it on my Rift S? I'm probably a bad person to ask. I have bought Beat Saber on PSVR, Oculus Quest, and Steam. I have bought Beat Saber 5 times now. I love Beat Saber, so I would say it's worth it, but you're going to need to, want to play it a lot. We also used it for a long time for exercise, on our Quest, and now we've kind of switched mostly to Supernatural, so we're not really using Beat Saber for that as much, but I was someone who played it all the time. It wasn't just an occasional, I'm going to pick it up and play it. We were playing it pretty regularly, so it made sense to buy it that many times. But yeah, it sucks that I bought it so many times. Or should I buy a link cable for it? My router ain't good enough for Beat Saber. I would just buy a link cable maybe, because then you can play it off your PC. Some people say it works a lot better actually on the link cable. Love Beat Saber, yes. Beat Saber is great. You think that's good for stream? Oh yeah, you'll be fine, Aqua. Oh, and the person himself, David Curtis Webb, is the one who loaned us this headset. If you haven't seen the Final Precursor channel, it keeps popping up through the bot every so often, giving them a shout out here in chat. David says, I have CenturyLink with 140 down and 20 up, and I find it better than anything through Comcast. That is shocking. I do wonder, because I've thought about switching, but I saw like their highest speeds through CenturyLink, I think last time I checked was like 300, and so I was like, oh, I'm so used to Comcast. But yeah, Comcast, I'm just not, the speed may be high, but I feel like the reliability is spotty at best. Maybe I should just make the switch and see after this is all over, because if I find out over here on this end of town I can't stream or something for some reason because of the wiring or whatever, then it may not, then it may not be an option. It also depends on Steam. An old game on Steam downloads slower than new popular game, it seems, because Steam don't want to dedicate too much to their server. That actually makes sense. Whoever made Beat Saber is greedy. Why not just make it cross-buy on Oculus when it's the same game? Well, here's the weird thing, Crikey. The DLCs are cross-buy, not the actual game. And at the time when it happened, Beat Saber developers did say, they had to fully basically redesign the game for it to be on Quest, because Quest is Android software. It's not PC software. It's not PSVR software. So they did say that a lot of time and power had to be devoted to redesigning it for the Quest. So they didn't feel like it would make sense to just let everyone have it, especially because most people already owned it. So they were justifying that as, well, you already have it, and we would be making all this for basically nothing, which really isn't exactly true, though, because most people who had it on Oculus PC had it on Steam, not on Oculus. So the cross-buy still wouldn't have helped any of those people. But yeah, it was a weird decision they made, and every game dev gets to decide if they want their game to be cross-buy or not. And a lot of them do, but there is still a fair portion of games that don't. And it always kind of surprises me when it's like, oh, I have this on Quest, and I go to download it on my Rift on PC, and it's like, oh, it's not there. 78.34 download speed, 9.66 upload speed. Is that good? Zaki Boy, I would say that's adequate. I would not say it's not fast internet, but it's going to do pretty much everything you want it to do still. Imagine playing Beat Saber and Dance Dance Revolution at the same time. That would be intense. I've never played DDR. Nat is really into it. He has to get heavy wearing headsets for that long. Dev, the Quest 2 is a little nicer because I have a big battery pack on the back. It's through a new head strap that's really nice. It balances it really well. The index gets a little heavier on the face, but it's still pretty comfortable, so I don't notice it too bad. The weird thing I've got to say is I don't have an amazing neck. My neck does have some issues, and so I really thought my neck was going to be having problems, and I have not had any neck pain at all this week. So I almost wonder if it's like exercising my neck muscles enough that it's making them not hurt instead of hurting. I am still finding that sometimes my neck pops if I do something like this, but overall, I haven't had any neck pain this week, so that's been really nice. But the DLCs don't make sense to buy on Quest or PC. I definitely say that would be a matter of personal preference. I have still bought most all the DLCs because on my Quest, I don't like to go through the trouble of modding it on there. If I'm going to mod and play custom songs, I usually only do that on PC. But again, I absolutely love Beat Saber, and so not everyone's going to feel that way about it, It's also different because if you play a lot of multiplayer, and it's only been recently that multiplayer has now been modded to where you can play custom songs multiplayer. If you were playing multiplayer in the beginning and you want to be able to play more songs multiplayer, you had to buy the DLCs. David Sachs says, Zach, that is great for most people and manageable for Twitch streaming. Yeah, it's gonna be enough to do pretty much anything. But if you're someone who just wants the most high-speed, blazing fast internet, that's definitely not gonna be considered that. You're a YouTuber too. Nice, Zaki boy. Well, welcome to the chat. We've been on YouTube for just over 2 years. We've had some very, very fortunate times to be at the point we're at now, because I know people, a lot of people try hard for a long time and their channel just doesn't always reach an audience. We've been lucky that because we're in VR and we focus so much on VR, VR is still a niche and it's still coming up. So people are searching for content a lot to learn about it, where, a lot of people, if you focus on, like, let's say you make a Fortnite channel, there's so many Fortnite channels. It can be really hard to break into that because a lot of people are already watching their, 5 favorite Fortnite channels. So unless you drop some video, it's something really unique and weird, you may never break into that industry on YouTube. So I know it can be tricky, but hey, it's really cool. If you have any questions or anything that I can help with, I'm not great at it. I'm not necessarily someone who can give you a lot of advice, but I do my best to help. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Luckily, in the last year, we were able to hire a cameraman and editor, so that's really helped the quality, because unlike me, I put a lot of love and care into my editing, but it takes me forever. With him, he can edit something in a fraction of the time and make it even better than I can. And it's really nice to have that, because it helps with a channel like mine where we do daily uploads. It's a lot to keep up with. It can be very hard. I would recommend to most new YouTubers who ask, I would not try to do daily uploads. A lot of people think that's what you have to do on YouTube, and it's really not. And it can be very, very stressful and intense to keep up with at times, unless you're doing something kind of simple as part of your content, strategy. Just wait till VR blows up, then you will too. Hopefully only metaphorically though. Well, thank you. I know in the greater realm of how huge VR or YouTube channels can be these days, a lot of people still would think that we're not there. But I feel like in VR, and with the size of what VR channels, I feel like we are at a very, very good point in it. And I'm very happy with where we're at. So I don't stress much about growth. I still see this as a hobby, no matter how much I do it. So I don't ever worry that much about, how a video is doing, how the channel's growing. I love and am very happy with the growth, but it's not something I'm relying on or expecting by any means. Hear me out. What if instead of mechanical devices to hold up the VR cables, you use helium balloons? I think if helium balloons didn't leak so quickly and you could actually get it right, I think that would be amazing. But you'd have to have a really tall room to pull that off. That's why I've been trying to switch my content over to VR. With the state of headsets, the metaverse, new experiences, whatnot, VR feels like an untapped gold mine to tap into. It definitely is. I think it will still be a little slow going for a minute, Then, of course, there's going to be those channels that use the age-old strategies of intense clickbait and things like that are going to come up out of nowhere in the VR industry and just take over. There's one that just came up, seriously, it seems like out of nowhere, and some of you have probably heard of him. Get Hip. Dude has not been doing content. There was non-VR content on their channel first, but has not been doing content on VR for that long, and has already surpassed some of the biggest names that have been in it for years and years. So there are those people that will be able to do that. If you use those kinds of strategies and things, you can see a lot of growth. It may depend on how you feel about it, but for those people who employ those and call them strategies and don't think of them as, unsavory, then by all means, they're being very successful. I know, I woke up freezing this morning. Is that lunch? All right, everybody, it is lunchtime. I'm going to switch over. I'll still be able to see chat in my Quest headset, but I will switch over the mic and everything and eat with Nat real quick. If you don't know, that's my wife, Nat, back there. She's amazing. I have a lot of friends who often come to me about questions just because they know the research I do, so I figure why not try applying that to content. Hey, that's absolutely the right thing to do. If you have good knowledge and you want to share it, it will reach a lot of people that need it. No holes in your wall, fully free. I do like the idea. If you make a video on it, Swallow could send it to me. I would love to see how that goes. VR is new and still suck. We're only happy with where we are at. It's because this is the beginning. Yeah, those of us who know this is the beginning are a lot more happy than those of us who expect to step into the oasis right now. In a year, though, when headsets improve, it's going to be good. I mean, I think it's going to take a few more than a year even, but we'll get there. There's been people for 5 years now since the Oculus actual one finally came out that keep saying, in a couple years, and we aren't that far from then. VR, Fortnite, GTA 5. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's tough if you're in the common games because there's so many channels like that, but if you enjoy it, don't ever stop. So what isn't that good seems great now. Exactly. All right, let me switch over. Just.
Oh yeah, it's dead. Hand me Oculus Quest, but I'll tell them real quick.
Slight change of plans. My Quest is dead because I didn't switch back to the battery strap this morning. So I'm going to have to use another Quest. So it might take me a little bit, or I might not even be able to pull up a browser. So I may have to step away from chat here for a little bit. So I'll mute my mic for now. And I'll, if I can see chat, I'll interact. If not, I'll be back shortly. Hey, Smiling Trigger, welcome.
You want me to grab it?
I remember you, Mr. Marini. No, I'm actually going to switch back to this for a second. I just want to pop in and say hi to everybody who's here. Justin Terrell, pass-through mode counts. Also, I don't think it's possible to live your life without pass-through mode at this point. Someone say PSVR? No, I did not. Actually, I did. I did talk about it. I wasn't talking about Beat Saber. That's what you're talking about. What's Ivory VR? Let's use PSVR on your... Oh, okay. Yeah, Ivory. There used to be Trinus was the big one everybody used. Oh, man, there was a lot of chat while I was eating. Go play some Resist, Cracky. I'm sure you left already. Enjoy your lunch. Cheat around. Thanks, Swab. Wickets. Them sandwiches look smack. They are extremely good. The salad was very good, too, actually. I'm pretty sure they're talking to Zach. Pineapple, cherry, no pineapple. Back, busy with things. No worries. I'm actually going to go pack up my bed real quick. I just want to pop in and say hi to everybody who had popped in the chat, but I need to get that started on the pack up so that I'll be able to play some Beat Saber with you all after lunch. So go get that done. I'll still be back very shortly. Mike. Oh my gosh, just realized my mic was muted. Smiling Trigger, yeah, the swap from PSVR to Quest 2 is huge because most people went from PSVR to PC. And PC, although it's a lot better in a lot of ways, there are ways it's worse. Where with the Quest 2, the only things that are worse are comfort and maybe total game selection. So it is huge to make that swap to suddenly being completely free and wireless, being able to walk around, play all these different games, have that super high definition screen. You can definitely tell when you put on a Quest 2, you can tell it's new and a PSVR is like years and years old. I love my PSVR, but it's not aging super well. I wasn't gonna go pack in my bed, but now the cat's enjoying it so much I feel bad. I feel like I should leave her there at least for a little bit. That's Libby, for those of you who don't know her, and she's a cutie. She likes the bed when no one else is there. Hey, we are only 4 subscribers from 10,600. So those of you who are hanging out here, you might actually see the change happen. I'll pull that down there, make it a little easier to see. Libby, I need to pack up that bed so we can play Beat Saber after this. She does not care. She's a cute and sweet cat, but she definitely, when she wants to do her thing, she wants to do her thing. She does not want to be messed with. You know, from the leaks we've seen so far, Dave, it seems like it's, and Sony even said it would have like a single thin USB-C cable, so I don't think so. We've had a fast month, Aqua Realm, seriously. Subscribe if you're watching and share. Thanks, Ghost. Yeah, we've had a very fast month of growth. Just gonna go pull it up. We've gained 632 subscribers in the last 4 weeks, which is huge. That's I think that's the second biggest month we've ever had. We had 1 month last November where we just had some just absolutely huge sharing and liking and stuff of a few videos that just really brought people in. It was when the Quest 2 launched that a lot of people found the channel back then. But right now it's really steady and amazing growth. So thank you everyone out there who is taking that time to share and like. It makes a huge difference as far as YouTube realizing, oh, people enjoy this channel. I guess I should actually show it to some people. Do you have to go back?
Yep.
Aw, I love you.
Love you.
Good luck with work, my love. Okay. Nah, you don't have to do it right now.
Okay.
I'll wait a second. I need to switch up the other Quest's head strap and stuff anyways. I love you. I really wish I knew why my index controllers weren't charging as much as I'd like them to be. I think I have the stand plugged into something with not enough juice. I switched it to a different thing, but I think it needs to be plugged directly into the wall. Get my Quest charging, so I'm trying to get it back on this other head strap. Justin, I rocked the Franken Quest for a long time, and I will agree with you that it is really great. Although I will say this strap that I'm rocking right now, the Bobo VR M2 Pro, with this magnetic detachable battery pack, is pretty awesome. Seriously, it's 60 bucks for that with the battery is a smoking price. But the biggest drawback of the Franken Quest is the price, I would say. It's a lot. You talk the head strap plus the adapters plus the price of a new pad if you want to replace one that isn't a sweat sponge. I mean, you're talking 140 bucks. That's even more than the the Oculus Elite battery strap, which I would never recommend because they break. That's even more than that, so yeah. Alright. Quest 2 is charging. I always forget this new little strap, the front strap that I put on. I bought that first, returned it. The M2 Pro that just came out, or the M2? Because a lot of people didn't like the M2 as much. The Pro has only been out for, I think a matter of days now. So it has not been out very long. Hi Jay, will my Quest 2 work in a different country? I want to use it for work. I'm almost certain yes. It doesn't necessarily need to be in its home country. It'll work. It may depend on some of the things of what you want to do with it. You might have some server confusion and stuff, but it should work just fine, especially if you're just gonna play single player stuff. Yeah, the M2, although I love it, it's in a class of head straps that I would call, Halo straps, where the deluxe audio strap, for a lot of people, there seems to be two kinds of people with the Quest right now. There's ones that like it to hug their face because they want to feel really stable and like it's not going anywhere, and there's people who, like me, who don't like to have facial pressure. I prefer to not have that fatigue of something pushing on my face. So I gravitate towards Halo straps, where a lot of people who want the Kiwi Elite strap, the Vive Deluxe Audio strap, the original Oculus Elite straps, those I call them face huggers because they grab onto your face and they stay there, and it's really nice because if you're moving fast, you don't feel them move very much, but I just don't like that pressure on my face. So that also can be a big determining factor, because like in that video, if you saw it, where I had my friend Josh over, he tried all the head straps the Quest 2, he initially was someone who wanted a face hugging strap. He wanted the stability,
and then he left with the Desk Tech Elite strap, which was one that held it on your face but was comfortable. He actually came back later. I added that in the comments so people would know, in the description. He came back later and swapped for a Halo strap, not because he found it necessarily more comfortable, but because he liked that because he plays it a lot with his family and stuff, the Halo strap was really easy to switch off and just switch to someone else. And you can just turn the knob and it's perfect, unturn the knob and it's perfect. There wasn't all this adjusting to be done, so he liked that about it more and he went for that ultimately. Yeah, I got mine used, replaced the leather backing, $7. That's a good deal. That is almost as good of a deal as someone who won mine on the channel here and got the whole thing for free. Because yeah, the price is the biggest barrier to that one, I would say. And it's gotten worse too, because there's been times now that so many people were buying it for that it did go up in price some. Pineapple's good on pizza. It's just not my favorite pizza. Oh, don't get me started on that. But you already did, so too late. Pineapple has been on pizza forever. People used to eat Hawaiian pizza all the time. It just suddenly became trendy to hate pineapple on pizza. I'm sure there were people who hated it all along, but it wasn't this huge amount of people that act like that's the most disgusting thing they've ever heard of, because people have been ordering Hawaiian pizzas for years. I remember every pizza party I've ever been to, they usually had a pepperoni, a cheese only, a Hawaiian, and maybe a veggie. And those were always the common ones. So like, this whole anti-pineapple on pizza thing is mostly just because of the meme. And now all these people are like, oh, it's so gross. Why would you ever do that? It's like, this has been totally normal. Justin, your caps lock is on if you don't realize that. I thought you were yelling at me this whole time. People say they hate it because pineapple has this weird taste on pizza. See, that's where, I mean, it's a fruit. Yes, it's sweet. But people have eaten Hawaiian pizza forever. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people have had that weird taste and had been okay with it at one time or another, or at least dealt with it. I think it's good. I like Hawaiian pizza. But I do think that there's been a sudden movement to hate on it just because of the meme. The internet amplifies bad. It takes internet amplifies everything, you know. Makes people think the internet can be a dangerous thing because it makes us think that the small, boy, I'm trying to figure out the way I want to phrase this, that some of the smallest groups of people are the majority, you know, whether we're talking about anything from people believing in lizard people or people believing that life is just a simulation or flat earth, any of these things, whether you believe it or not, you usually were in a minority of people. It was something you didn't really feel comfortable sharing around with people because you knew no one would listen to you. Well, the internet has now made it to where we think that, you know, tons of people are these people that believe these things when it's really not the truth. But because the people on the internet are so loud about it, it makes us think that that's, you know, the way a lot of people feel. So that can always be dangerous because it gives us this false perception of reality that makes us think things are not the way they are. I'm working on how to use caps. Architectural MEP CAD designer. Oh wow. Apple on pizza. Maybe today's good. I've had pizza with caramelized apple on it and it's really good. I've had pizza with broccoli and corn on it. I've had all kinds of exotic pizzas because I like trying weird pizzas. I've had dessert pizza. Dessert pizza can be really good. It's basically because you're having a pie at that point, you know. I've had potatoes on pizza. Actually, it's really good. There's this place where we used to live where Nat went to college that's called American Dream Pizza, and they have this one pizza that has like roasted potatoes and some other stuff on it, and it's so good. The smallest thing you say on the internet can start a 7-year war. Is the index worth saving up for? Connor, I feel guilty saying this, especially because the awesome person who loaned me this index is here in the chat. I would say not currently. I would say save up and then see what Valve announces next. Because the problem is this thing is over 2 years old and it's still $1,000. If Valve announced tomorrow they're making a standalone wireless headset, but it's going to use the same controllers and the same base stations as the Index in your space, but it's going to be PC wireless powered, I would say get an Index right now, definitely. Because you'd probably have a year and a half at least of really great VR, and then when it came out, you could just buy only the headset. But the problem is we don't know if they're going to replace the whole system, if it's going to be totally different. I guess I didn't switch the Index. I can do that. Yeah, I'm yelling into my other mic that's a little ways away from me. But I have to turn the Index one down because it gets very loud.
So if they were to say, you know, your current base stations, your controllers, all that's going to work for it, I'd say, yeah, go get an Index right now. But if not, I would hold out. Yeah. And also the same thing David says, if you already have a VR headset, definitely not. Don't get an Index. But if you don't have one at all, you really want to play PSVR, you really want to play Half-Life Alyx, you could get one. You're not going to regret the decision, I don't think. But at this point, $1,000 is a lot. Even if they lowered the price to $750, I'd say, okay, get it. But the fact that it's so old and it's still so much is just weird in the tech industry to see something, you know, hold its initial value for that long when so many other iterations have come out. Usually consoles, to stay competitive, when new consoles come out, they lower their price. We have seen that VR is breaking a lot of rules, quote unquote, in like the gaming industry, because you would never imagine that, you know, PS5 just came out, what, a year ago? What if they said right now, we're going to make a PS6 and drop it for $100 less? Everyone would go nuts. That is not something we're used to the tech industry doing. But that was kind of what the Quest did when they dropped the Quest 2. People had just bought a Quest 1 full price a month prior and couldn't return it, and found out a Quest 2 was being launched for $100 less. I actually know a couple people that happened to it, and that sucks. Apple, my brother, is going to get one for Christmas. Hopefully he says it's good. It is a good headset. It's really, the field of view is beautiful. The controllers track so well if you have them set up right. I've got some issues with how my room is set up that's causing a little bit of trouble. The Index is a great headset. It's just the things going against it right now are its high price for how old it is. I'm trying out Shadow Clouding once. I never have, Justin, but I've heard that it's really cool because you can play some really intense games without having to be wired up. Reaper Slender is back. Yeah, I remember you from yesterday. How are you doing? Guys, my eyes are feeling great. They've been feeling great this whole time, and as I've said before, it's probably partially because of the specialty lenses I'm using inside the headset have really helped. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm actually feeling everything on me is feeling really good today. We've been really good about taking good care of the facial interface, so it's not being as scratchy or causing my skin as much irritation. Dave says Valve owns Steam and they are not going to drop the price even with other headsets being on the store. Yeah, it's their right to keep it as high as they want. It just makes it hard for me as a consumer to recommend it, especially when there's something like the Quest 2 that can play PC VR games for so much less money. So much less money. That was me. I got the 64. I'm looking back to your... Oh, Shadow Cloud. Is Shadow Cloud an old game on Nintendo 64? Your cat, I know. I switched to that camera as well because I need to go pack up the bed. I was going to go over there. And now Libby's loving it so much, I don't want to go mess with her. What's up, Nexus? The specs aren't as impressive as I would have expected for 700 more than my Quest 2. The resolution is worse, which is not good for me because resolution is important to me. Yeah, that's where it's tough, Connor, because yeah, the screen door effect is much more noticeable. But for me personally, I think field of view is the most immersive thing, and the extra field of view is really nice in here. I am also part of the minority, though, that I have a bad field of view on the Quest 2 because my IPD is wide enough that I have to use the widest setting. And they even admitted if you use the widest setting, it's going to cut off the edges of the screen. So you're going to lose field of view. So I actually find a lot of times on the Quest 2, I play on the wrong IPD, which is not good for your head and your headaches. But then I get that extra field of view back, which is nice. I try to shove the little sliders between the 63 and 68 right in the middle. And if they stay there, it's okay, because then I get pretty much the full field of view, and they're close enough that it doesn't bother me. But they tend to slip to one or the other. See, Justin, that's another that isn't as uncommon in the industry for them to suddenly come out with a bigger model for the same price. But that definitely was another thing where it's like, oh, you bought the 64 and then guess what? 128 comes out. And at the same time, they announce Medal of Honor, this game that's out now, is going to take 40 gigs of space. Like, that's barely doable on a 64. Because even though it ends up 40 gigs, I think to unpack it still needs like over 50. And so you end up having to have like nothing on there to get it to install. And Oculus drops price because of ads and Facebook login. Oh yeah, they're selling them that at a loss because they're trying to get everyone on their platform. They know what they're doing and what they're doing to the industry, but that doesn't matter to them. Yeah, Shadow Cloud definitely was not. I did not know what that is. If you're not sure, it's okay. I can ask on other channels. I must have missed a question here from Serenity. Hang on. It's ready. Oh, I've tried to Google and I can't find the answer. Did you say yes? I missed it. I want to use it to communicate with my work colleagues, setting up business meetings. I've never done it before. Serenity, it's going to depend on how you want to have those work meetings. I know that Oculus has their own workspaces that are meant for that you can host in, but I would definitely say do some Googling because I don't use it as a work tool, so I'm definitely not the person to really answer it. Connor says same. Not to mention the Quest 3. Well, yeah, now that they've announced that there isn't exactly a Quest 3 in the works, I think that's helped relieve a lot of people's mind about whether or not they should buy the Quest 2. Because, we were all waiting for that Oculus or the Meta Connect event last month to get some real news, and we still didn't. But at least we got news that nothing's coming soon. Why don't you invest in a Pimax 8K, then upgrade to the 12K next year for the total price back for your 8K? That is pretty cool that they're doing that. My problem with all of Pimax is not only are the headsets insanely expensive, even though I've got a beefy computer, it probably wouldn't be strong enough to run theirs. I'd have to really upgrade. And so you have to have an extremely high-end PC. I have a 2070, which I don't think would actually run it well at all. Even in this index, I'm running 120 FPS at only 112% on the super sampling. What's up, Wish? Welcome back in here. Wish Final Precursor's in here in the chat too. Strandy was also asking if Quest 2 would work in other countries. I mentioned that it should work in other countries, but yeah, as far as like setting up work meetings and stuff, I don't really know what people use on Quest for that. It's in the works, but far enough off that they don't want to mess with the Quest 2 sales. Yeah. Well, and they're talking about the Meta Cambria, which may not necessarily. It sounds like that's a more professional, business-focused headset. It may not be an Oculus Quest 3. And frankly, knowing Oculus, if the Meta Cambria really takes off, the Quest 2 might be the final Quest. That might sound crazy, but they might make a different line of something that's more AR and VR focused, and that would still game, but that could be their next thing. It wouldn't be weird because we saw that with the Rift and the Rift S and everything else they've discontinued. It's not weird for them to suddenly pivot hard in the industry and leave something completely behind. It's another risk you take dealing with Oculus on stuff. You never know if they're going to just up and discontinue something. We're going to be playing Beat Saber in a few minutes. In a little bit here, I got to figure out how to get the cat off the bed because I got to put the bed away. And she just laid down looking super adorable. So I might have to go get her some treats out or something to lure her off the bed. Mixters, the very cool person is here. What's up, Mixters? Should I get the Bo VR M2 Pro? I think the Halo straps would work better for me since my head starts to hurt with the regular strap and the Elite strap. My personal opinion is absolutely. I love Halo straps. Some people will tell you, even here in the chat, if you prefer something that's really stable on your face and doesn't feel like it's going to move at all, Halo straps aren't always the best way to go because the point of a Halo strap is it places the weight on your forehead and on the back of your head, leaving the front plate free to hang wherever you want it to. Whether you want to push that up against your face or leave it a little off, that's up to you. But it's never going to give you that really like tight, stable face feeling. So it's kind of down to whether you want your face to have it really tight or not. That's kind of what you have to decide between. Nintendo does the same thing up to the day they announce their next thing. They deny everything. Yeah, you never know. You never know what they're doing. I kind of like that, honestly. I'm kind of sick of like all these companies and all their leaks and rumors. I know it's like a lot of free PR for them, but it can be very frustrating as a consumer because you get all this misinformation. I mean, I can't tell you how many channels said there will be a headset announced at this Facebook Connect, and it will be the Quest 2 Pro, and it will be this and that. And I even saw at least some channels after the fact said, hey, we were wrong, which I appreciate that. But, it's a different thing to make a video and talk about, is this what's coming? What do we know now? Versus you making wild claims of saying, this is what's going to happen. It's exactly what's going to happen. And we know because, they want to be that channel that was right after it's all said and done. But it's a little sketchy to just be like, oh, this is what's going to happen. There was even channels after the initial keynote speech that were still saying, oh, hold out, something else is going to be announced today after the keynote. Like, things are always announced in the keynote. They do that on purpose. So that was, yeah. That made me lose faith in a couple channels when I saw them pulling that day. It's like, come on. if it's okay to be wrong, but admit to your mistake and say you were wrong. Don't sit there and keep saying, just wait, it's coming. Because then what happens by the end of the day, you just look like a liar. You're now on your computer, nice apple. And it's a cat, just pick it up and move it off the bed. But how? How, GT? Look how cute she is. She's so cute. This is why I don't have kids. I would be a total sucker. I would just have such a hard time saying no. Connor, stability isn't a huge issue for me. I like it not as tight. Yeah. I would say go for the Bobo VR M2 Pro. And if you get on Amazon, you can always return it. But I don't think you will. I think between the battery being swappable, the comfort of it, I think you'll definitely stick with it. There's been a few people that have had to return it because it just wasn't comfortable to them, but I have not had a single qualm about mine. You don't need the @ mixers. Sometimes if you're on PC, you can @ somebody, but I think if you're on phone, you can't. Everyone assumed, yep. I think I might just get the Kiwi Elite strap because I play a lot of games where you move a lot. I do too, Aqua, and I'm fine with the Bobo, but if you really want that crazy stability, yeah, the Kiwi Elite. Although Hangout, I've got that one. As soon as I'm done with this challenge, I'm not going to need it anymore, so I'll be giving that away. VR Wire sent us a couple kits to give away. Bobo VR sent us some things to give away. Or they're doing it really awesome. They're going to send them to the winner, so I don't have to deal with the sending of it. I've got head straps and grips and all kinds of things. We're just gonna have to get on a rotation of always doing giveaways, I feel like. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get too overloaded with stuff here. I'm getting a little behind here. Hang on. You can sense that someone is talking about you without the @ sign. Do you really not have to add at all? Like if I were to just type, because I noticed that with my own name, it like highlights it. Huh. It's weird because when I type my name, it like highlights it orange, and I can @ somebody and it shows their name up to choose their name, but it doesn't seem like it looks any different when I do it that way. So what's the point? David says, yeah, don't buy the index. A new one is coming. I bought the index in June and nothing new yet. Yep, that's exactly it. You just have to make your choice and stick to it. What's up, Ryan? We're in here chatting about all kinds of things VR and debating when I'm going to force Libby off the bed so that I can set up for Beat Saber. Connor, are you going to be picking up the new Pimax when it releases? I think it has a ton to offer. I think so too, but I don't think I have a PC that can power it. So I don't think I'm going to be going Pimax anytime soon, honestly. I would love to, but you got to have such a beefy PC. And we're looking at maybe getting a 3080 Ti. A friend of mine has the hookup next month that I might be able to buy it for its actual price and not some crazy price. But even then, I still have to get a new CPU and motherboard before moving on to something really. I mean, I could put it in there, but it's not going to do me any good. For example. Oh, see, so it's showing mine orange. Okay, so I guess it only shows up orange to that person. I spelled your name wrong. Haha, Mixed Stars. I don't know how the heck that happened because I know it's Mixters, but that's funny. Sorry about that. Jay, I haven't played that game in many months. It tags for me. You just ordered the Bobo VR2 Pro off of Amazon, but shipping date is November 26th. Want to get another battery? Yeah, they said it was supposed to come out in the first 2 weeks. The problem right now, GT, Bobo told me, they've got a ton of their straps and everything at Amazon right now, but Amazon is so busy unpacking for Black Friday to get all their stock in place that everything is backed up there. So they have them, they're in the process of getting them all unpacked. Justin Terrell. Someone has your name or very close. I thought Jay Brett. I'm going to be playing Beat Saber once I get Libby off the bed. Totally agree with you, Jay. A certain content creator said there's going to be a Quest 3 because I have Intel. Oh, no. Serenity, I'm really curious who it is. I'm really curious. I don't think it would do any damage to just say, I mean, if they said that, they said it. So I am curious. But yeah, if you don't want to say it here, you can always DM me or you can keep it to yourself. It's up to you. Hey, Jay, do you know how does the Halo on the Bobo VR feel anything like the Rift S head strap? I would say it doesn't really feel like the Rift S because it is a different design still. The one difference between like a PSVR or a Rift S is that the Halo is solid all the way around. With the Bobo VR M2 Pro, which I have one here somewhere. Ouch. Where the heck did I put my Quest? Oh, here we go. It's made so that you can easily put it on, and you can bend this, which is nice for being able to put on. But the problem with that is because the sides aren't solid, it doesn't necessarily counter the front weight at all. It just bends. So it feels good because it balances that weight. It feels nice and even weight all the way around your head, but it does not have a solid strap. A solid strap would mean that counterweight would actually kind of help lift it off your face. It just hovers in front of your face. So it's not quite like the Rift S or the PSVR in those terms. Still a very good head strap, but it's, if you've had a Rift S or you've had a PSVR and you go to this, it's not going to feel the same. It's still going to feel different. Someone said there was going to be a Quest 2 Pro. Yeah, well, everyone was talking about the idea of it, but there's a difference between the channels to me that talk about like, oh, we think this is coming, this is what we've seen, versus those channels that just make those wild claims, or even the channels that make those wild claims in the thumbnail and then say in the video, oh, well, we don't really know. Like, it drives me crazy that a lot of channels do not understand the power they have in their thumbnails. If you make a thumbnail that's just a lie, or a title that's just a lie, the problem is people don't click on the video. They see the title and they assume that's real information. You know, it's the same thing with news articles. A lot of times people see a headline and believe it. They don't read the article to see what it actually says. So there's a responsibility to content creators that a lot of them just don't take, which drives me a little crazy. Oh, I broke my TV playing VR. Guess who's getting a Black Friday TV sale? Nice. Hey, go play some VR Nexus. I'll be in Beat Saber probably here in about 20 minutes, I would say. My belly's feeling pretty settled after lunch. I just need to get the cat off the bed and go move. Do you have media share? No? What's media share? Connor, Reedy, they can't since they're working and they need the caps lock on. Yep, just have to feel like them. I unsubscribed from all those channels. I feel you, Serenity. There's some channels that make great VR content that I stopped watching because at some point they start having these clickbaits, titles and thumbnails, and the problem is just like where you spend your money. Whenever you click a video on YouTube, you're basically telling YouTube, this is something I want to see, this is something I like. So the more we all click clickbait, the worse the problem gets. So there's no winning, and there is a balance, and a lot of creators are much better at than I am, of like making a really intriguing title and thumbnail without it being like clickbaity. I'm bad at that. I oftentimes will put the conclusion of the video right in the title because I feel like if people want to know more about it, they'll click it versus that. But it definitely, your views stay lower, and that means your channel doesn't get shared as much and it doesn't grow, blah, 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 blah. I'm not here for growth and all that. I treat YouTube as a hobby. And so if a video does great, awesome. If a video doesn't do great, you know, it's no skin off my back. Sorry, Justin, my bad. No worries. Media share is a built-in thing for Streamlabs. Oh. If I have it, I don't know it. I'm still learning about Streamlabs. I only switched from OBS to it a while back, and I have not put in the time to learn. This bot is probably the most ambitious thing we've done, and basically one of the moderators taught me how to do all of it. It was not me going out and learning. If you go to all widgets, there should be a thing called media share. What does it do? I'm guessing it's something where you can send files and stuff is what I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't even know how to get there. I am a VR lover. I am not a streamer at heart. David, same. Oh. Okay. I think I'm going to have to go get Libby a treat and coax her off the bed so I can put the bed away and we can get to playing some stuff. Because I've got other things on the agenda I want to do today besides playing games. So I need to get the exercise game done so I can also get other things done. It basically plays videos that people request for. Oh, interesting. Sounds also extremely risky as a streamer. Because, like, what if someone requests the Rickroll? I know you do, Jay. That's why I'm subscribed. I appreciate that. We keep it chill. Certain things like try not to laugh videos and stuff. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it is risky because I found even now, like, try not to laugh compilations are getting you copyright claimed. Which is funny that they can do that because they made that compilation out of other people's content. Like, you shouldn't be able to copyright claim someone on something you made out of a bunch of other people's content, in my opinion. That's where if you're not even reacting to it, like people who just make like compilations of other people's videos and then monetize it, that's also kind of a sticky area, because like technically you're monetizing a bunch of other people's content. Yes, you've arranged it, but if that's all you've done, you're not really changing the content. You've just arranged it into a single video. The PSVR 2 so far, from what we've seen from leaks and talks from Sony, is going to be all inside out tracked. It's going to be way better than the PSVR 1. It's going to have the same adaptive triggers and really good haptics the DualSense controller has. It looks like it's going to be really great for the PS5. It will still be wired, it looks like, though, which means it probably won't be feel as advanced when it comes out as other headsets do, sadly. Are you gonna try Metal Mario? Yeah, I have it on the Quest. I just haven't tried it yet because I know that when I do, I won't be able to see chat, and I always have a hard time doing that. You can make mods see if the videos are okay to put on, and that's an option. But the problem is, Aqua, you don't always know. Like a compilation of fails, like you would think it would be fine, but you don't know. Like even ones that I've done, try not to laugh challenges, have gotten copyright claims 6 months to a year after the fact. So even if you preview the video, you see there's no music or something, you don't always necessarily know what's going to get a claim and what's not. Realistically, the only way to never get a claim is to never play something made by anyone else. And you know, a lot of channels, that's not the way they run. You can't do that. But it is really, if you're trying to be safe, that's the only thing you can actually do, is do your own content. I've even gotten copyright claims on YouTube audio library music that shouldn't be claimed by anybody. It's there, copyright free, and then you have to dispute the claim, and it's a process. But it's just, the problem is the copyright claim system is abusable by YouTube, by people who use it the wrong way, and that has happened. Okay, I'm gonna grab a different headset. I'm gonna pack up the bed real quick and get Libby off of it and get ready to play some Beat Saber. But my internet doesn't work the last 30 minutes after being in VR for so long. Are you also dreaming now in VR? I'm not, Quint. A common side effect that is reported from people who try VR for the first time and start playing is that they actually remember their dreams more. Something to do with how our brain catalogs our dreams versus how it catalogs VR experiences. But as far as being in VR all this time, I have barely dreamt, probably because I'm not getting very good sleep with the headset on my face. And the few dreams I've had have not been anything out of the realm of the ordinary. Yeah, music is not the only thing DMCA covers, and YouTube library is only valid when it is uploaded and can be changed. I'm not on Beat Saber now. Killer, I'm going to be going on PC first, so I probably will miss out on the PSVR bit today. If you were here yesterday, you would see how much trouble it is to set up the PSVR one. And that's why I was teasing you, because I went through so much setup to get it there, and then we missed out on playing. But I'm going to go set up the zone real quick, everybody, so I will be right back. But I remember my dreams less. I know, Aqua, you are one of the few. Normally, people remember them more. All right. I got to remember where I put the quest again. This is my other quest that I'm also using. Which may have died.
see how fast she bolted when I got her treats out? She acts like a dog when it comes to treats. You can like go like that and she'll run even when you don't throw it. It's pretty funny. Run this bull upstairs.
Okay. What's up, Hills? Welcome back. We are almost ready for Beat Saber. I got the space cleared. I need to adjust that camera. Okay. Jay, is there any way to downgrade to Windows 10? I haven't gone to Windows 11 because I don't want to figure out how to downgrade to Windows 10. I don't know. That's a good question. Back home, Lily. Hey, it's all good. Killer X. I'm not upset at all. I was just playing around. I remember my childhood repetitive nightmare. Ooh. Where Animal from the Muppets would appear on my TV while my parents were asleep and I couldn't move. I hate that when you go into a game and your notifications don't pop up. When you come out, everyone's like, why didn't you answer? I just figure people know that I'm not always going to answer my notifications, so I don't worry about it. I named him Baba because that was the thing he would say when he looked left, then looked right, and then pop out of the screen. He shoots me directly on the head right after he gets out of the TV. Ugh. I didn't have many recurring dreams as a kid. I had a lot of nightmares. But I didn't have any that were always recurring. Spooky. So I know you should, if you just want to make a game, a creepy game, you should make it out of that. I was gonna say it might actually bring you some peace to like do something with it. I don't know. Almost 7 days. Seems we're about ready. I thought you was boxing. I wanted to, Strandy, but I looked on my PC. I don't have a single boxing game on here. They're all on the Oculus store, and I'm on a Valve, so I'm using Steam. Make sure you take a backup before going to Windows 11. Only way to downgrade. Ooh, painful. All right. Chroma key on. Music off. Beat Saber. Yeah, I'm actually going to restart the stream once I have Beat Saber set up, so that it says Beat Saber. Why did I get up? I got up to grab my controllers for some weird reason, which are over here. Okay, that was a moment just now that I feel like we need to talk about. I stood up because in my mind I thought, okay, the wall of games in the Steam home is behind me. And so I thought I needed to stand up and go choose a game. So I think this is starting to affect me more than I thought, because I'm in this Steam VR room all the time, and I thought that I had to get up and go over there. That was weird. That was weird. Can't even tell you how weird that is that I just did that. Okay. Game capture. Beat Saber. There's Beat Saber. Turn the music down a little bit. Whether you prefer the Quest 2 or Valve Index. I mean, if I was only to ever play PC games again, I would choose the Valve Index. But the Quest 2 overall is just the more versatile headset for a better price. So if you're going to pick one or the other, I would say Quest 2. But if you only wanted a PC headset, you only want to play PC games, you're going to just have an easier time with the Valve Index and compatibility, everything else. Valve Index is better in my opinion than I have a Quest 2. Well, it's definitely the better headset, but I mean, it's over 3 times the price. It should be the better headset. YouTube should add a cut VOD button so you can stream longer than 12 hours. It would be nice, although then I'd have a copyright claim on all of it instead of just, a few 12-hour ones. This is what's tricky about YouTube. You do something for 12 hours, you have 10 seconds of a song show up, and that song would steal all of the revenue for that entire 12-hour live stream for 10 seconds of accidentally playing a song. That's a system that needs to be fixed. Have fun, Justin. Good luck with your meeting. Where you're playing Beat Saber on PSVR. Yeah. All right, so I need to restart the stream real quick So I will be right back, everybody. You'll see me on a new stream if you have the bell on. If not, hit the bell. No, you don't have to hit the bell. I know that can be really annoying. All right, I'll be right back.